the attendance. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Sure.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Kelly.
On shot.
Thank you. Councillor Emma McGinley.
And Shaw, online, Karen.
Thank you. Councillor Rue McHugh. Councillor Maeve O'Neill.
Here online.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Tierney.
Present in the chamber.
Thank you. Alderman Morris Devaney.
Here online, Karen.
Thank you. Alderman Derek Hussey.
Aye, online, Karen, thanks.
Thank you. Alderman Keith Kerrigan. Alderman Kerrigan. Okay. Alderman David Ramsey. Alderman Ramsey. Okay. Councillor John Boyle. Councillor Boyle, are you here? Okay. Councillor Angela Dobbins.
Here, Karen, I'm online.
Thank you. Councillor Stephen Edwards.
Here, Karen, online as well.
And Councillor Rachel Ferguson. Councillor Ferguson.
Karen, just Rachel had contacted me earlier to say that she might be a bit late.
Okay, no problem. So we'll see if any of the other members are going to join us. Thank you. Chair, would you like me to do the broadcast statement for hybrid meetings?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone present at this meeting in the Guildhall or in attendance remotely that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance at the meeting, you're consenting to be filmed and to the use and storage of those images for broadcasting or training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. And a copy of the Council's privacy notice may be found on the Council website. Thank you, Chair. I'll pass over to you.
Thank you, Karen, for that. Item 4, members, is declaration of members' interest. If anybody wants to declare, you can declare it now or put it in the chat box as we go along.
Chair, Alderman Kerrigan here, Chair. Just to record my attendance, I just got logged out. I was knocked out before the roll call was taken. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, Keith. There's nobody indicating there at the minute. Sorry, Councillor O'Neill is indicating there a member of Zero Northwest. So folks, if you just put them in the chat box, and that allows us to move on then through the meeting. So just before we take our presentation today, just to inform members, the items 13, sorry, let me see here, items 9 to 17 are for information, but Connor is going to come on item 13. And I believe there may be somebody online to answer any queries members may have in relation to that. Alderman Hussey, I think now would be the appropriate time before we go into the main body of the meeting for you to raise your issue regarding that item you wish taken out of confidential.
I appreciate that, the opportunity, Chair. Can I request that members consider taking item 22 out of confidential? It's an item dealing with the Council's use of glyphosate in the weed killers that we use as a Council and responses from outside bodies and that. So I'm proposing that that be taken out of confidential. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Just give me a second here to check the chat box. Councillor O'Neill has seconded that. I'm going to ask for a bit of advice just from Karen, if you don't mind, Derek, just in case there's any concerns. You know.
Yeah, Chair, I think that the reason why this item had been in confidential business was because we had included verbatim responses from external stakeholders in terms of their policies and procedures, and that is the business affairs, I suppose, of those particular organisations. I'll take a steer from members in terms of what you want to do in terms of this item, members, but it may be worth considering postponing the item to next month so we can ask the stakeholders for their consent for that information to be put into the public domain. But Chair, I'm happy to take a steer from members.
Chair, my rationale for asking it to be brought out of confidential is that I have a concern at the impact that the non-use of the product is causing on our streetscape manager and staff, and I wanted that concern raised in public. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Alderman, I see that Councillor O'Neill has put in the chat box there that she has seconded that proposal, and I have Councillor Tierney, I think it's Councillor Tierney, has indicated there that he wishes to speak on the matter. Go ahead.
Chair, thank you. I have no issue with it coming out of confidential. If that's where we go to today. The reason that I had requested to speak was to find out why it was unconfidential. Karen has answered that. Likewise, I understand the officer's concerns about potential confidential matters relating to third parties, and therefore equally content, if you like, to postpone the item until we have permission from those third parties. But I might suggest maybe, Karen, that if we are looking at a proposal, that we try, or sorry, a postponement, we look at maybe postponing it until full council at the end of the month. And that way, I think it incorporates both positions. Obviously, Alderman Hussey wants this discussed today, so that any potential action can take place and be ratified at full council. Postponing it will give the officers time to speak to the third parties and get their consent, or may it be remove any confidential material that they may have provided. But either way, it still wouldn't be dealt with until full council anyway. So I think that may be the compromise that we might be looking for, Chairman.
Yes, Councillor Tierney, I think that's a very wise suggestion. There's other councillors have indicated that they would be in agreement with that, including Alderman Hussey himself. But I'll bring in other people who have indicated to speak on this first. Next is Councillor Loke. Patricia, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not part of this committee, but thanks for letting me speak. I was just wondering, can Alderman Hussey please repeat his concern there again? I just didn't quite catch it. Thank you.
Content to do so, Chair, with your permission.
Yes, go ahead. Alderman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Logue. Or sorry, was it? That was Patricia. Councillor Logue. Yep. My concern is the impact that it's having on the work that our streetscape team to undertake, particularly in the rural areas. It is having an impact, as we discovered when we had the recent walkabout in Castlederg and Strabane, and was an issue that was brought to our attention when we were engaging with the streetscape manager. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, if you would just allow me, Alderman Hussey, to unpack what of the not being allowed to use it. Is that what you're?
That through you, Chair, that is correct. In that the weeds are spreading up throughout our district and cannot be dealt with the alternatives that we have at present in the weed killer scenario. But we do know, we were informed that those who produce and make these products are getting close to something that may be akin and effective to what we would have used before. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Derek. The only thing I would say is that it's not mainly our council employees who have the responsibility for doing the weeds in the pathways and roads. That would be DFA. Thank you.
Yeah, in fairness to Alderman Hussey, I think he's referring to those areas that council do have responsibility for. Alderman Devaney, you've indicated there as well.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me in and seeing the issues that Karen has raised about the third party and making sure some of it is kept confidential and around those businesses and get their consent and deal with that. We would be happy to defer either to full council or to the next committee meeting. We're easy on that. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, members, reading the room here, and I think everybody seems to be in agreement around that suggestion about deferring it until full council. So unless anybody is disagreeing with it, I propose then that it's unanimous that it be deferred and brought to full council. Moving on then, members, we have our presentation today. Get my agenda right here from Nature Friendly Farming Network. I believe we have Jonathan Pinnock and Charlie Cole. If you are online, you are very welcome, and you are free to begin your presentation any minute now. Feel free. If you are there.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction. Just wanted, before I start, check. I was led to believe that my presentation would be shared on the screen by your IT officer. I can't see that in front of me right now. But I'm just wanting to make sure before I start that you can see the slides.
Yeah, well, we do have it as part of our agenda pack.
Yeah.
So should have access to
okay.
There it is now.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I can see that now in front of me, so that's fine.
Okay. On you go.
So I'll just indicate when I want to move along with that. Okay, that's great. So yeah, well, as I say, thank you very much for inviting us to speak to you as part of your meeting this afternoon. So yeah, my name's Jonathan Pinnock. I'm the Sustainable Farming Lead for the Nature Friendly Farming Network here in Northern Ireland. And over the next 10-15 minutes or so, I just want to really give you a bit of an introduction to the network and to the work that we're doing here in Northern Ireland. As you mentioned towards the end of my presentation, I'll be handing over to Charlie Cole, who is one of our steering group members. And Charlie will just talk to you for a few minutes about his experiences farming and what he feels is the value of being part of the Nature Friendly Farming Network. So next slide, please. So yeah, just to give you a bit of a background about the network then. It was officially launched at the Oxford Real Farming Conference in 2018. The network is a farmer-led movement representing farmers from across the UK. We have over 2,200 farmer members and over 6,500 public members, and we're all united by a belief through our manifesto that we want to see a positive change for the future of farming. We're a community which provides a strong voice for regenerative farming practices and promotion of nature-friendly farming, and we're committed to securing farming policies that will support wildlife, climate, sustainable agriculture, and provide fairness for farmers. As I said, we're led by our members, and we're working to continue to expand the community further to provide an even stronger voice for nature and climate-friendly farming. And also just to say, we work with farmers who are at all stages of their farming journeys, whether that's big or small, organic or conventional, and whether they're just starting out on the road to becoming nature friendly or if they're already sort of fully signed up. The next slide then. This is our manifesto and some of our key policy asks. You can read this in full on our website, and I'll be happy to provide you with a link to that after the meeting. But in essence, we believe that nature-friendly farming is not only better for nature, but it's also the most productive and sustainable way of getting food from our land. And many of our farmers are already helping to play an incredible role in enabling wildlife to flourish on their farms, and we believe that they should be better supported and rewarded for their good work. Next slide then. Okay, so the work of the network here in Northern Ireland is led by a steering group of 9 enthusiastic and committed farmers, supported since July of this year by myself as the Sustainable Farming Lead, following the awarding of a grant from the Esme Fairbairn Foundation. Membership of the network, just to mention, is free, so we don't charge a membership fee for farmers or the public to join. In Northern Ireland, we currently have just short of 270 farmer members and around 230 public members. Our work is also supported by a number of other environmental and animal welfare organisations who provide both advice and general support to the network. The key ones in Northern Ireland would be the Ulster Wildlife Trust, RSPB Northern Ireland, the National Trust and the Woodland Trust. Next slide. So this is our steering group here. We're led by our chairman, Michael Mahag, and supported by Vice Chair Tim Morrow, and then 7 members of our steering group, including Charlie, who you'll be hearing from shortly. Next slide. So now moving on to some of the sort of key areas that we're working in. So policy response and sort of policy development is really important. Over the course of the last year, the network have responded to a number of significant DAERA policy consultations. These have included a discussion document and drafts of 2 climate change bills, a rural policy framework and a national peatland strategy. Earlier in the spring, the steering group members gave oral evidence to the ERA committee on a proposed motion backing nature-friendly farming in Northern Ireland. Just to summarise, the motion recognised, well, the Assembly recognised the value of nature-friendly farming and the role it must play in helping to tackle the nature and climate emergencies. Following a debate around this, it was voted on in the Assembly on June 7th, and MLIs decided to back the motion in its entirety without any amendments. We felt that as a network, this was a really important moment for us and showed that we were really starting to actually have an influence on the discussions around nature-friendly farming and future policy development. So we're now really looking forward to seeing how that develops in any future agricultural act. Now that there's been this commitment that nature-friendly farming is integral to this. And just another piece of policy work to mention, we helped to feed into a joint report entitled Farming for the Future, a Vision for Sustainable Land Management, earlier this autumn, which was produced by Northern Environment Link. Okay, next slide. So we also do a lot of work in terms of advocacy and communications. At the start of this year, in February, members of the steering group met with the Interim Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to discuss the value of nature-friendly farming as part of future agricultural policy. Our chairman, Michael Mahag, and Tim Morrow were interviewed on BBC Radio Ulster regarding the private members' climate bill, as it was receiving its first reading in the Assembly. We also received good media coverage following the ERA committee hearing through the BBC and also in a number of printed publications, including the newsletter, Irish Farmers Journal, Farming Life, and a number of local newspapers as well. Just last month, the network sponsored a award category of a nature-friendly farmer of the year at the Farming Life annual awards ceremony. We had a number of very high quality entries for this, shortlisted 5 and chose one winner from the finalists, and it was a really fantastic opportunity, not only to showcase the work of the network, but also the stories of a number of individual farmers who are delivering, you know, great things for nature and climate through their farms. Further to this, we recently launched a major new campaign linked in with the current COP26 climate conference called Rethinking Farming. This campaign included the publication of a major new report called A Practical Guide to Farming, Nature and Climate. And this brings together resources on key areas of climate concern, as well as highlighting some of the fantastic opportunities within the farming and land use management sector to help promote things like good soil management, water quality, land management for biodiversity, carbon landscape approaches and food quality. In tandem with this report, we've also been doing lots of social media activity highlighting some of the farmers who provided case studies for this. And we have a sizable following on social media. We have about 12,500 Twitter followers, 3,000 Facebook followers, and just short of 2,500 Instagram followers. So we have a substantial reach. Next slide. So yeah, this next slide just highlights some of the key reports that the network has published since its inception. The most recent one at the top, as I mentioned earlier, is the Rethink Farming campaign. You can find all these reports on our website, and if you're interested, I would certainly encourage you to go and have a read of them, because they really are quite compelling. Next slide then. This slide here just highlights some of the events that the network has been involved with. So most recently, we organised a very successful online conference around the theme of nature means business, which basically encapsulates the idea that in order to have successful, sustainable, thriving farm businesses, farmers need to be farming in tune with nature rather than fighting against it. We had a number of key speakers and interesting panel discussions, including a session specifically designed for policymakers and politicians, which was attended by a number of key DAERA officials and also the DAERA Minister Edwin Poots himself. So that was a really key moment for us this year. At the start of the year, we partnered with a number of organisations to organise a 2-day food, farming and land convention as well. This was a 2-day online event. Over 850 people registered, and around 560 people actually attended the range of sessions that were on offer. So we're looking at running something similar to this in the coming year. We also had stalls at events including Balmoral Show, over the 4 days, recruiting 55 new members to the network, and we had a lot of positive engagement both with farmers, the public, and also a range of visitors, such as the Environment Secretary George Eustace, Minister Poots, MLAs across all parties, and various other government officials and representatives of other environmental organisations. So it was well worth attending, and really successful event for the network. Next slide. So just finally here, a couple of projects that the network has been involved with recently. We've just received funding through DAERA's Environment Challenge Fund to deliver baseline carbon and biodiversity audits for 40 of our member farms across Northern Ireland. And we'll also be producing a series of short educational videos outlining some of the steps that farmers can take to help improve the monitoring of soil health on their farms and help to promote biodiversity. And earlier in the year, we partnered with Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful to create a sustainable farming module based around a carbon literacy project that was targeted at young farmers, particularly through the Young Farmers Clubs. This project is still subject to funding for the current financial year to be able to roll it out more widely. But if we get that, then it will really help to spread awareness of how we can move towards a net zero farming industry. as well as raising awareness of the network within Northern Ireland. Next slide. So at this point, oh, the slide hasn't moved on. I was going to hand over to Charlie just for the final few minutes to tell you a little bit about his story, his background as a farmer, and what he sees as the value of the network. So, Charlie, if you're ready, I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Evening or afternoon all. I hope you're keeping well. My name's Charlie Cole, Brockgammon Farm. We specialise in kid goat and rose veal. You might not know much about the farm, but we also have our own sort of farm shop, and we do farmers markets, and we're very, very pleased to have been able to be members of the Walled City Market for a few years there, and we've done quite a few events in your borough as well, and they've always been fantastic. But at the back end of everything we do through the farmers markets is the farm, and the farm is core to everything that we do. We've always been, our tagline is forward-thinking farming, and for us that focus has always been on nature. We've a third of our farm is highly protected habitat, which we protect for marsh fritillary butterflies, which are basically some of the rarest butterflies in Northern Ireland. We have a breeding site about 2 miles away from us. As a farm, we've also participated in things like the environmental farming scheme. We've taken part in organisations like Plant a Million Trees in a Day, which is an all-Ireland charitable project trying to plant 1 million trees across Ireland, and that happens every year. We've also been sort of one of the forerunners in establishing an agroforestry project here at the farm. So we've planted rows of apple trees with fruit bushes in our bigger arable fields. And they're separated by about 20 to 30 meters, so you can still fit a combine down in between the trees. And we also are going around reseeding with herbal lays. Now, all of this sort of lends itself to sort of the regenerative farming practices. You're basically looking to increase your nitrogen application through natural processes. So you're using clovers to incorporate nitrogen. We use pigs to replace the plow. They come through and rotivate everything. We use cover crops instead of glyphosate there. And basically that allows the cover crops to establish and stop the weeds getting in the way. And then we can graze them off with cattle before we sow what cereals we want to sow thereafter. I suppose what I'm really here to talk about is Nature Friendly Farming Network. This came along under our noses maybe 3 years ago. And we felt as farmers, this was exactly what we needed. We've been members of the Ulster Farmers Union, we're members of Food NI, but we've never really had a voice for sustainable farming. And the rhetoric in the last few years have been environmentalists versus farmers, and the farmers apparently are destroying the planet. It's very much not the case. As farmers, we know that the most important resource for us to produce food is the planet. And the last thing we want to do is destroy it. In order for us to make a living, we need to have a healthy environment, healthy topsoil to produce good quality food. And that's ultimately what the role of a farmer is to do. And the Nature Friendly Farming Networks really sort of gives us an opportunity to put out, I suppose, a silenced voice, which is that voice of environmental farmers. And it's given us a voice when it comes to things like COP26 to say, actually, it's not the cow, it's the how. And to make people realize that you need animal agriculture in order to be able to build soil, in order to be able to then produce crops. And it's that voice that we very much value and champion. It's also enabled us to become a voice when it comes to feeding back to white paper, or, for example, even having this conversation with yourselves. Before the go-to would have been the Ulster Farmers Union or some of the bigger lobby organisations, and our voice might have been lost. The other benefit of the Nature Friendly Farming Network is that it sort of provides an area of like-minded people. So, where we've maybe encountered a problem by dropping glyphosate or dropping a pesticide or dropping a fertilizer, we can discuss with other like-minded farmers how they've overcome those problems. You know, maybe we can't grow Phacelia and vetch, but we can grow something else, and we can have discussions and create, you know, more positive outcomes as a result of it. And I suppose that really is the benefit that the Nature Friendly Farming Network has had for us. And I suppose, you know, these are the sort of conversations we need to be having more of as we consider the biodiversity and climate emergency going forwards. So that's about it for me, really.
That's great. Thanks very much, Charlie, for that. Yeah, so I'm happy to take any questions now from councillors at this point. But thank you very much again for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you to both Jonathan and Charlie there. Members, the floor is now open for any comments or questions. Councillor O'Neill, I've indicated first here. Go ahead, Maeve.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Jonathan and to Charlie for coming and presenting today. I think it's essential and really excellent to hear the kind of nature-friendly farming voice, because, as Charlie had says, as we face the climate crisis, farming and agriculture should be part of the solution. And it's not the climate versus farming. Like, farming is essential, obviously, to producing our food, but we can do it in a way that is regenerative and healthy for the climate and for communities, and also healthy for farmers. And I think the current farming policy, particularly going for growth, actually punished the small and medium-sized farmers and family farmers, and it punished nature as well. And, like, you know, if we look at, you know, the amount of poverty within farming families, like, you know, a report from 2013 showed that 25% of farming families are living below the poverty line, and that has gotten worse, but they haven't measured it since. And, you know, a lot of our food at the moment and a lot of our farming practices is not only subsidised through subsidies, but also subsidised through farmers having to work part-time. And, like, you know, in the north here, 60% of farmers are working part-time, subsidising our food through their part-time jobs, and that in itself is not sustainable. And, you know, agricultural policy really is geared towards and, like, going for growth. You know, that the whole point of that was to reduce the number of small farms and increase the number of big industrial agricultural farms. And the thing is, it's always the farmer that loses out, and it's nature that loses out, because you know, the costs for are you know of that, like, the people who are making the costs are corporate processing companies, corporate food wholesalers, and corporate food retailers. But the other costs are landing on our public health systems, they're landing on our farmers, and they're landing on ordinary shoppers. So my question to Jonathan and to Charlie is, you know, what type of agricultural policy and subsidies and incentives, you know, would you like to see in order to, you know, continue to produce you know, high quality food, and, you know, enough food that, you know, we have, like, food sovereignty and food stability within this island? Because I know with the climate crisis we're going to face more and more challenges. So what type of policies and direction does agricultural policy need to go in order to support farmers and also deal with the climate crisis? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill, for your question there. I'm happy to start off with this one, Charlie, and then if you have any thoughts, please feel free to feed in as well. But I think, I mean, in essence, I agree with everything you've just said there. In terms of future policy, I know that what the network is keen to see is for farmers, regardless of scale, to be rewarded fairly for you know, the public goods in terms of things like good soil health, good carbon management, managing for biodiversity, you know, allowing space for nature to thrive on your farm, for that to be actually fairly rewarded through the subsidy system, rather than the current setup whereby farmers are just paid on an area basis for the amount of land that they hold. Actually direct that payments to reward good practice on farms, and also, you know, try to create markets which allow farmers who are producing food to that higher standard that is good for nature, that is good for climate, create markets for them to actually be able to sell their produce at a fair price. Because at the moment, I think it's very hard, particularly for smaller farmers, to actually find a route to market whereby they can actually get that added value for the produce that they're selling, and it's not just being swallowed up by the supermarkets who give a pittance in return and make all the profit, while the farmer is still sort of struggling just to get by and having to work, as you say, doing multiple jobs. Charlie, would you like to add anything?
Oh, loads.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
Yeah, so as Jonathan says, the network, we very much see that any funding going forwards has to be public money for public goods. So any form of funding has to be targeted directly to environmental, biodiversity, climate change. For me, for farmers to really benefit and thrive in that sort of situation going forwards, what we lack most probably in this country is routes to market. We are one of very, very few farmer producers who farm and sell directly to the public. And if you look, I mean, I'm going to use Europe as an example because we've been under the EU system. We don't know what the new system is really creating for us. But any other country in Europe has fantastic routes to market and historical routes to market that are local. Be that, I mean, I'm meat based, so my perception is a bit biased, but local abattoirs, small local abattoirs that are local. In the north, it's very much become centralized. I can't even get our goats slaughtered in the country. I have to export them to Ramelton. So I drove through your fine city this morning to pick up our animals. And that is adding a 2.5-hour return trip twice a week. That's not doing anything for food miles. It's not doing anything for my carbon footprint. And it's not keeping a local sustainable economic situation, in momentum. So for me, really, that whole sort of route to market side of things could really be dealt with and addressed. Another side would be, historically in Ireland, we have fantastic farmers markets, and we've slowly lost those. Now, I'm not saying that you can just go out and set up a farmers market and it will all be right. As a nation, we've culturally lost interest in farmers markets as well. So if you go into sort of, the likes of Belfast, we've been doing St. George's for years, and St. George's was great, but in the last 10 years, we've had maybe 5 other farmers markets open up. Now that's great to see, but actually there's not an economic driver for farmers markets. So there's not enough customers to sustain those 5. So all it's done is weakened what was St. George's. And I think that's very much a cultural thing. We have shifted from buying locally to convenience buying, convenience shopping, whereby we just pop down to the supermarket and we can get everything, or even worse, pop onto Amazon and fund Jeff Bezos' mission into space. So, I think there's a lot we can do about local supply chains. And another thing is collaboration. Obviously, as everything becomes legislated and everything requires a certain amount of bureaucracy to produce products, it becomes very difficult for one small farmer to do everything. But there is nothing stopping us creating local collaborations, I suppose, much like what the old school style cooperatives used to be. Like we've got a fantastic system where we work with Carol Stock Market. She's a lady producing stock in the city of Derry there. And we take our veal bones and we get a veal stock produced. Now, collaborations like that are going to help people access markets and get added value for their products to enable them to then create better change on their farm. We live in a capitalist society. It's all about the farmer getting more bang for his buck, so he can then invest in more climate-friendly practices. That for me is the most important. But then thirdly, it's not to undermine that climate-friendly, nature-friendly farming. So we can't go out and hand away contracts for producing chicken, or we can't import products that don't meet the same climate-friendly, nature-friendly farming standards. And if we do that, then we have to tax those products for bringing in those lower quality products. And it's not just about the climate, it's also lower social standards. You know, they're not being paid, paying their workers the same amount of money at the same place. Now, unfortunately, this does all mean that the cost of food is more expensive. And I think we also have to consider the fact that we need to remain socially available. And I think that's probably the biggest question that we have to address, is how we can keep food affordable for all levels of society and make sure that they can afford climate friendly and nature friendly food. And that would be another area that I think we need to address going forwards. And that would be sort of my look on things. Another one, sort of maybe more from a council perspective, is putting local food sourcing as a policy when it comes to tendering and things like that, and also putting then climate and nature on the agenda as well when it comes to tendering and stuff. So there'll be a few ideas of mine. So
thanks for that. Next we have Councillor Edwards, followed by Alderman Hussey.
Chair, thanks for letting me in, and I also want to thank Jonathan and Charlie for their presentation, which is all the more relevant given the COP26 has been going on this week in Glasgow. And I do welcome their ambition and the ambition of the network on the need to find nature-based solutions on the impact of climate change. And I have visited your website, and I see that you're firmly in support of the climate change bill going through Stormont at present. But I just want to ask him, this committee has heard from other representative bodies who probably don't take such a positive view on Clare Bailey's climate change bill, given the impact it will have on farming in the north, and particularly we've heard the impact of a net zero emissions target by 2045 would have on the herd numbers, and that it may decimate many livestock farms. And I think there's actual claims out there that the bill would result in 86% reduction in cattle and sheep production. So I'd just like to ask what your take on this would be, and what impact do you think that nature-based farming could have on livestock? And ultimately, is it your view that nature-based farming in conjunction with probably new technology is what is needed to really achieve the targets that are set out in the climate change bill? Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Well, so yeah, I mean, the network's perspective on the climate change bills, we in our response to both of the two bills have stated that we feel that Northern Ireland does need to have a net zero target, just because in terms of actually realistically achieving something, we need to start off from a point of having an ambitious target. I think if we had anything less than a net zero target, whether that's net zero by 2045, net zero by 2050, net zero by 2060, if we're already aiming for less than net zero, it reduces our chances of success considerably. In terms of how we can achieve that, I think, yes, nature-friendly farming practices do bring with them great potential for, actually boosting the carbon storage capacity of our farm landscape. I mean, one thing that we're really blessed with in Northern Ireland, just as an example, is hedgerows. Hedgerows have great potential for carbon storage if they're well managed, if they're not being cut back every year, if they're allowed to grow and then cut on a rotational basis. They can be a great carbon sink and can store a lot of carbon. We are aware that there has been a lot of concern expressed, particularly from the dairy industry, around how they can possibly be expected to get to net zero without it, decimating the number of the livestock. I think what we would say in regard to that is that the report that was produced, I think, did paint a very negative picture of a potential future scenario, and kind of ignored any potential for increasing carbon storage capacity through other forms of farming. I think that whilst as an industry as a whole, farming needs to try and move as far as we can towards net zero, that doesn't necessarily mean that every single farmer in Northern Ireland has to reach net zero, because some farmers will have a lot more capacity to store to be locking away carbon on their farms than others. Say some of the sort of upland farmers who've got large expanses of peatland. If that peatland can be restored into a condition whereby it is it's a carbon sink, then they could potentially become carbon positive farmers, and that would help to offset some of the emissions coming from the likes of dairy farmers who may not be able to achieve net zero. But I think everybody needs to be kind of trying to work towards that. But how far you'd have to go, I think it depends on the individual farm really and the nature of the farm business. Charlie, anything you'd like to say on this? I'm sure you have your thoughts. I think you're on mute.
Oh, I've gone the wrong way. Sorry. Yeah, dairy farming, the big elephant in the room, or maybe not. 25 years. If we look back to 1995, that was 25 years ago, roughly. We've had a huge expansion in the dairy sector. That has been driven by economic stimulus. We've really started to push for export markets. Really, from an all-Ireland perspective, that's because we've got massive milk dryers in the south, and we can access a Chinese market for milk powders because they unfortunately produced really bad batches of milk powder in the past, and they don't trust their own milk powder. Like, that has created the industry that has created what we do, which is roast veal. These are all the bull calves born onto dairy farms, which without us taking would otherwise be euthanized or exported or go into a cheap beef stream. If I look forward to another 25 years, it's not going to be difficult for us to change direction. Now, you talk about herd reduction. If we change the way we farm, we don't actually need to reduce the herd. If we use practices like regenerative farming and mob grazing, you can actually stack a lot more animals per acre than you can using conventional grazing systems. And regenerative farming fixes carbon and uses no inputs or fertilizer. So you might not necessarily need a herd reduction. You could have a herd increase. Is dairy the be all and end all? China has been buying up a lot of our genetics over the last few years and are building their own mega dairies. Whether that economic driver for us to continue to expand in dairy will continue, it may not, because they may produce their own. We will have to change to adapt to net zero, but I don't think that as farmers we should be as scared of achieving net zero as we've been made aware. Like, ultimately, we have to run a business. And like I say, over the last 25 years, we've adapted to one marketplace. Over the next 25 years, we'll have to adapt to a new marketplace. I think 25 years gives us plenty of time to make business decisions that will be the right ones.
Okay, our next speaker is Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Chair, and Jonathan and Charlie. A very sincere thanks. It's nice to hear common sense being talked about around all of this subject. I suppose agriculture has been changing for millennia. 6000 BC, Middle Eastern farmers were aware of the benefits of alternating legumes and cereals. I suppose Townsend, the late 1630s, 17th century, the Norfolk rotation, and farming moves as it needs to move, and it moves on an economic basis, but a sensible economic basis. I forgot to mention there, I think it's Leviticus mentions the Sabbath of the land, and that fits into the nature-friendly farming idea coming through from farmers themselves as to how they can solve the problem. So it's a concentration on not on the problem, but rather the solution. And you rightly say that I suppose some people would have given agriculture the big bad boy name, whereas that's not actually the fact. And what you're proposing is to address the solutions to the problem rather than the problem. I heard last night you were talking about carbon. I was watching an item last night where apparently in the deep oceans, the carbon storage ability is being reduced by global warming. So, you know, it's not all farmers are responsible for the production of carbon and the lack of storage. A couple of questions, and I congratulate you, and I really enjoyed your presentation. I thank you for it. The first one was, you said that members don't pay any dues, etc. So the first question would be how you fund it. Mention has been made of the private members bill, and of course there, as you rightly alluded to, there are two bills. So you've partially addressed it, but you know, what is your view in regard to the merits or otherwise of each and both? What is your view on what has been termed the rights of nature, which is something that is coming to the fore and indeed has been brought to the attention of our own council? Those are the basic questions, but again, a sincere thank you for at least now hearing some common sense from people who have solutions to the problem rather than highlighting the problem all the time. Thank you.
No, thank you for your feedback there and for the questions. The funding one I can address very easily. So basically, the network currently is funded through a number of grants from various charitable funding organisations that we have been lucky enough to be supported by. As I mentioned, my post is supported by the Esme Fairbairn Foundation, which is a charitable endowment fund. So they fund my post here in Northern Ireland, and then we have 3 equivalent posts in England, Scotland and Wales, in addition to myself. We also have, as of earlier this year, a UK communications manager. Her post was actually funded by a private individual donor who had seen the work that the network was doing and was very supportive, and I think had a background in communications, and so they were keen to help support the network to grow its communications and media work. We have also received some funding through a public online fundraising campaign, which was organised through an organisation called Gower Street. And we've also had a small grant recently from the Samworth Foundation, which again is another sort of charitable body. Yeah, I think we've been very keen so far to keep the membership offer free, because we don't want to discourage people from becoming involved with us. We're still really in the relatively early stages of the network's evolution and development, and we want to have as many farmers on board as possible. And as I said earlier, we don't require farmers to sign up to a certain way of farming in order to join the network. We really just want to be able to start having those conversations with as many farmers as possible, and to support them in making the necessary changes that all farmers ultimately are going to have to make in the future, if they want to have thriving sustainable businesses in the new kind of landscape that we're going to be operating in. In terms of the 2 members' bills, we've got, our consultation responses to both are available on our website. I'm just having a quick look here to see if I can find the summaries of what we said. I think basically, in terms of the DARA bill, we feel that there's too much kind of ambiguity in the language that's used. The bill doesn't really set clear targets, or it doesn't set a commitment for targets to be met in terms of any reductions in carbon and greenhouse gas emissions, although it does make reference to aiming for a 50% reduction by 2030, and then further reductions 2040, 2050. it doesn't actually make those legally binding. All that the bill actually requires them to do is to actually set targets. So in essence, one of our arguments was that they've, effectively they've already achieved that, because if the bill is passed, then those, there will be targets in place. We also felt that there was kind of a bit of a lack of oversight and scrutiny of what the bill actually delivers, and reviewing of the climate action plans that would need to be formulated out of that. The bill, as it's currently worded, gives DARA sort of sole authority to alter the targets and review their performance. The Assembly would only have a role really in terms of ratifying any proposed changes or amendments to the bill, but not to actually propose them or hold DARA to account in terms of its delivery. So that would be a concern for us. And then in terms of the scope of advisory bodies that they would seek support from in terms of formulating future policy and any further targets. They're only talking about relying on the Climate Change Committee, which is the UK body that advises government on climate change, and they are very knowledgeable in their own rights, but we feel that really they should be looking to consult more widely, not just the UK Climate Change Commission, but also bodies like Met Ireland, other research institutions that are doing work around climate change mitigation and adaptation, even international bodies like the IPCC. We feel really that the more people that they're speaking to and consulting when they're formulating their action plans and future policies, the better, really. So they're our main concerns in terms of the DARA bill. By comparison, the private members bill does seem to be a lot clearer in terms of what their aims are, who they would consult. It does provide mechanisms for actually holding Stormont to account for delivery of the objectives that the bill sets. So it's just a more robust approach. I mean, whether having the net zero 2045 target is realistic, I guess only time will tell whether that can actually be achieved. But I think by setting the bar high, as I said earlier, there's a greater chance of actually us delivering something that will make a real difference. Whereas if we're going in at a lower bar and without the legal mechanisms to actually hold Stormont to account for delivering against those targets, that really does undermine the whole effectiveness of the bill. Okay. Do you want to say anything on this, Charlie, at all? Or?
I think you answered the first two pretty well. Third point, the rights of nature. Do you want to say anything about that, or do you want me to fire in a sort of?
I'd be happy for you to fire on that one if you like.
Well, it caught me off guard. I had to Google it. But it makes complete sense to a certain degree, but it depends on what the angle you're coming from. The rights of nature basically being the idea that, ecology also has rights similar to the way we have human rights, associated with ecosystems and species. My biggest opinion on this is that as humans, we are part of that ecosystem and those species which the rights of nature are referring to. We are in a complex balance on this planet, and we have to live symbiotically with nature and with the environment. So it's completely the same thing to a certain degree, but with a different name. And the biggest fear that I have with society is we have a certain degree of mollycoddling in society with the invention of overheating and everything else. And we don't understand the true cruelty of nature. And the only way I can really describe this is in two examples. There is an island of Scotland called the Isles of St Kilda. And on this island, there lives a herd of sheep. And there is nothing else on this island but a herd of sheep. And what happens is the grass grows, and the sheep eat, and the sheep reproduce, and then the grass stops growing because there's too many sheep. And unfortunately, those sheep become sick or lame or ill because they aren't getting enough nutrition to live healthily. And unfortunately, they die. Now, the way they die is cruel because it's starvation. And unfortunately, that is the way nature works. It's cyclical. Populations grow and populations decline. And I think maybe the way you're bringing in this right to nature concept is the idea that nature needs protected from itself. And there is this certain Disneyfication of nature, and that things are, as humans, we should be intervening to stop anything untoward happening to animals. And in a certain way, that's the way farming works. You know, we look after our animals and we prevent the nasty elements of nature affecting our livestock. So, for example, if my animal is sick, I put it down at the worst. Obviously, I try to treat it as best I can before it gets to that point. But I don't want it to get to the point whereby it suffers the same inhumanity that those sheep on the Isles of St Kilda have to suffer. The other side to the rights of nature, and another example, is a story I heard a few years ago about deer in the south. In fact, there's two stories of deer. One involved a herd of deer running in front of a railway carriage, and the argument put forward, I think, in the Dáil was for them to fence in the deer. Now, these are wild animals. Surely their right as nature is one to roam. But unfortunately, there is this instance whereby when they interact with traffic, accidents are going to happen. Another example with the deer was on one of the lochs in the south, where the deer would naturally emigrate onto one of the islands in the middle of loch. And they would go out there in the middle of winter to graze on the grass that hadn't been touched. But as is the way with animals, not all of them could make the swim or make the swim back. And there was this big public reaction that they should stop these animals from being able to make that migratory progression. I just think that there is an over-Disneyfication of nature and an oversimplification. And whether that rights of nature, sorry, I'm sort of going off on a tangent here. If that covers your concept of rights of nature, yes, we have to live with nature, but we are part of the ecosystem at the same time.
Alderman Kerrigan is our next indicated speaker.
Very much, Chair, for allowing me in, and I thank the two speakers here for their presentation. And as has been stated, there's been a number of presentations from connected farming groups there at previous ENR committees, and it's all falling back to the same issue in regards, predominantly here in regards to these climate bills and what are coming forward. And again, just for Alderman Hussey's benefit, it's Leviticus 5 and 4 as the verse. Thank you, Alderman Hussey, for raising it. But no, as well as that, Chair, I do note that they have touched upon the, and again, Alderman Hussey did raise a question I had written down here, who funds you? But again, you've highlighted that about the various groups because you'd stated there was no membership fee and you were sponsoring events and there had to be money coming from somewhere. So as I say, you've touched on that. And again, you have mentioned in regards to particularly small farms getting their product to market. And we are effectively tied in because there are these the various factories you just have to go to because that's what's there, it's what's available. Farming markets have been set up. There was ones to ban on that. They haven't taken on as much. And there isn't a lot of it. It's the small farms that are there. The vast majority of farms are small farms, and the vast majority of farms are cattle and sheep, and that seems membership's quite small in Northern Ireland in regards to the farmers connected with you. I mean, you have a figure there, 268 farms or farmers or farming body farms connected with you, and my figures is just shy of 25,000 across Northern. You know, that's something to get out into that there, or have you any comment on why your numbers would be quite low amongst the actual farming community membership with you? Further to that, I'd say I know you have touched upon dairy, and dairy seems to be getting a bit of a touch. There were a lot of people trying to give dairy a touch, but you know, it was back to 97. Was mentioned there. You know, the number of dairy farms have more than halved in Northern Ireland in that time. You know, there was over 5,200. You know, there's less than 2,600 now. So I know that, you know, yes, the herd size has increased, but in Northern Ireland, you know, we're up about 35,000 milk cows in that period of time. So you know, the dairy's steady getting a touch, and I know it's more for the larger dairy farm, but that's still having an average milk herd of approximately around 120. So I know that's an issue, but the vast majority, as I say, dairy farms are not big out of that number of almost 25,000. But it is, so that's just passing that comment. And again, I do agree with your comments there in relation to the subsidies. Subsidies are there, and subsidies and whatever subsidy is brought in through the Department of Agriculture is my view, and I'm seeking if it's your opinion also, or your comments on it, that it's a key aspect of the subsidies and what the farmers will do. And that's it, because the vast majority of farmers there, and I see it from twofold, you know, from the farming side and from the finance side, the vast majority of farmers, if it was not for the subsidy, they would not be making a profit. If they are making a profit, and the profits are not big when you would factor in the amount of hours, you could barely find a farmer out there that would be working for minimum wage. You know, when you factor in the amount of hours that they would be working compared to that, compared to what they would be earning. But it's the factor is, it's the key factor is where the subsidies are going to go in the future. And if there are subsidies for more setting aside ground or letting that, you know, set aside and various things like that, there will be farmers who will buy into that. And that will effectively, I suppose the key men in this as well are going to be those in those less favoured areas. I mean, and in my own area there, there's ground down around Archstraw, and Alderman Hussey would know it well. And I mean, you're not going to turn that and try to re-wet that. That's some of the most powerful ground in the Derg DA down in there, and that's cereal ground, and there's crops been grown there. But again, there's a lot of hill ground up round, you know, Ahiarn and on up round the Bin Rock and at the edge of our DEA here in Underscrahy. That is, it's heller, and it's you know, so that would suit more for that to be set aside. And again, I would agree, the current subsidy, it's not suited in regards to basing it on the land, because you can't compare one, you know, 10 acres of ground up Scrahy compared with 10 acres of ground in Archstraw. It's not like for like. And again, the subsidy can't be like for like, because my mind is the subsidy was there for the production of cheap food and ultimately the production of a product for sale. And where I'm going from there is, is it in your opinion, will there be any reduction in the demand for foods stuff? I would have a concern here. And again, I did remark, Councillor Edwards asked the question in regards to, there's comments there of the Farmers Union brought it in, that the potential with Claire Bailey's climate bill, that to meet the targets, there would have to be a potential reduction of 85% in milk cows and in sheep. Those were the two main offenders that would have to be, well, sorry, cows, cattle and sheep. We're not just touching milk cows, but cattle and sheep. And that would decimate a lot of the farms that we would particularly have in the Derg DA. You know, it's a lot of suck cows and a lot of sheep. And the factor is, my concern here is, do you see a reduction in the demand for food? In which case, if this bill comes in and if there is the potential of a reduction in headcount, we're not going to meet our own demand. And are we going to be forced to import a cheap product which does not have the checks and does not have the quality quality, that from other countries? In which case, we're really passing the buck and climate term to another country. And one is always referenced as this Brazilian beef. And that vast areas of rainforest and things are cleared, so more cattle ranches, so that there can be more beef then put in. So as I say, I think that's the most of my comments there. To be fair, as I say, I've got those figures there. So no, I say the vast majority of those farms, I say those figures anyway, because I mean the vast majority of the 25 or near enough 25,000 farm businesses in Northern Ireland, 19,000 of them are designated as very small. So as I say, I know we have to live within our means. And again, I do feel that the farming community are aware the onus is going to be put on them, but it's the fact that they're not given credit for the net end of things of what they're offsetting. The farmers seem to be getting a bit of a touch of the carbon that they're producing and emitting, but they're not given the credit for, as you have touched on, the hedgerows, you've touched on the planting trees, various things like that, which it's only really the farmers can do that. So as I say, it's just your thoughts on that as well. So I think I've got a couple of questions in there if you've got them somewhere, Jonathan and Charlie.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll start at the end while we're just talking about carbon there. So, I mean, as a network, we are very keen to see, as you said, a greater acknowledgement of the role that farmers are actually playing in terms of storing carbon and not just what they're emitting. So, as I think I touched on in my presentation there, we've actually just received funding from DARA to deliver carbon audits and biodiversity audits to 40 of our members' farms, and this is kind of going to be a pilot project to make a proper assessment of the role that farmers are actually playing in terms of storing carbon, as you say. And we hope that this will help to highlight that, and I know and DARA would be keen to sort of take that work further based on the results that we get from that. Your first question in terms of our membership numbers, I think, so as you say, we do only at present represent a very small proportion, I suppose, of the farming community in Northern Ireland. What I would say is that until sort of middle of this year, the network didn't have any staff representation in Northern Ireland. So it was just the steering group members like Charlie and the others who were kind of representing the network here in Northern Ireland. So obviously the capacity for actually getting out and speaking to other farmers at the likes of Balmoral Show, or putting on farm events, hosting tours and walks, and getting that face-to-face interaction with farmers, which ultimately is the best way to actually recruit members, was relatively limited. As I said, also we didn't have a communications and media manager either, so our activities online as well, and our ability to get coverage in farming publications, in newspapers, was relatively limited. So it's really only been the last 6 months or so that we're now in a position to actually really try and ramp up our activities and increase our visible presence in Northern Ireland. So I think you will see, if you look back, or if you were hearing presentations from us in 12 months' time, that figure would be significantly larger. And I mean, we are targeting having sort of double that by the end of next year. We're looking to have about 400 farm members. So yeah, I'd say I'd watch this space on that one, really. The other question, don't know whether you want to say any more on this one, Charlie, about dairy farms. I mean, and I know from our perspective, the network's policy in terms of food production at a UK level, specifically around livestock and dairy, is very much that what we need to be doing is producing probably less but better quality and higher welfare, higher environmentally standard products. Yeah, I think, yeah, in relation to the climate bill, if we were going all out for a net zero target by 2045, there probably would need to be some reduction in livestock numbers, but whether it would need to be as dramatic as what was in the KPMG report, I think we would question. And I know Charlie was saying earlier that you don't necessarily have to reduce livestock figures to improve your carbon performance?
Yeah, I'm going to check Jonathan there. It's not necessarily a reduction in the numbers, it's a reduction in the emissions from those numbers. And I think we have seen a change in the way we manage our farms as a result of us not, having the time to be on farm, having to run second jobs, not having the money to do it the way we want to do it, but being forced to do it the lowest cost way. We've changed the way we manage it to a way which does have higher emissions. And I am of the opinion that if we do it in a more nature-friendly way, those emissions will also come down. In terms of reduction in demand, there is never going to be a reduction in demand for food whilst we have a growing population. The problem that we need to fix is basically making sure that we're not going to import food products that are of lower quality than what we produce here. And you talk there of sort of Brazilian products coming in. And I think that's where someone like, or an organization like the Nature Friendly Farming Network is really important, as well as the Ulster Farmers Union, at lobbying governments to make sure that we don't devalue the good work that we're doing at home by bringing in lower quality products. But at the same time, in order for us to make these changes, the cost of food is going to go up because you're going to be removing subsidies, and instead of the subsidies being focused on production costs, they're going to be focused on environmental goods. And I think that's where we really need to look at society on a wider level and work out how do we make food accessible, good quality food accessible to all. And I think that will be the biggest driver of change on farms. If there's anything I missed, please fire away.
Thank you for that. I think it is our final contributor is Councillor Dan Kelly.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, I don't have any questions. They've basically been all answered, but I do want to just welcome and thank Jonathan and Charlie for their presentation. I was familiar with Paul Mihar before, and he works on the TB partnership group, and I'd been familiar with some of the work they're doing, but I wasn't so familiar with this network. And it's fascinating, and it's been really informative and encouraging to see this presentation today. I know we've had some fairly and there's been a few biblical references, but we've had some apocalyptic visions presented to us in terms of farming over recent months, and I think it's really excellent to see farmers who are not just theorizing but implementing the kinds of sustainable farming methodologies that we kind of need going forward, and probably will become mainstream within a very short, maybe 10, 15, 20 years. What's kind of viewed as sort of niche at the minute will probably be normative across the whole farming sector, and I think it's great to see that. I suppose if I did have a question, Chair, it's in relation to those who would argue that what you do is basically hobby farming, and this whole environmental sort of side of it, and it's fun, but it's not an economically viable or sustainable model for farmers generally in terms of meeting food production needs. And I'm guessing, I'm just wondering then, in terms of that challenge, what do you do in terms of education or tours of your farms for those farmers who are not currently involved in the network, to demonstrate, how you have transitioned or you have adopted and adapted the new methodologies that you've been describing in your report, around nitrate cycles, around glycophosphate changes, and all of that kind of. How do you interact with the I suppose the more normal sort of current style of farmer that can't see a way out of the farming practice that they are currently involved in, or who haven't got the finances, maybe think they haven't got the finances to be able to divest from that current structure to the methodology that you employ?
I can answer that one, Jonathan, if you want.
Go ahead. That's fine.
Well, I suppose fundamentally that's where the network in itself can help, because by joining the network, you're joining a lot of like-minded farmers, and you can then sort of put forward ideas or ask questions and discover that way. In terms of the general public, our farm here, we're one of the economies A's, so that's a sort of a French Canadian concept, which is basically like an economic museum. So our farm is open for tours, and it's more guided towards more the food element of the business. So we have an on-site butchery and a farm shop and a cafe, and we take tours that way. We also participate in the business development groups run by DERA. So we're part of the environmental business development group. We're part of the sheep and beef one as well. And those are other good avenues of sort of seeing different ideas. And definitely DERA and CAFRI have been very interested in what the network has been doing, because they're often looking for sites that specialize in types of farming that other members of the network do. And I know quite a few of the other farmers as well are open for tours as well on the same basis. You did raise an interesting point there, which was sort of the concept of the economics and how whether we're hobby farmers or not, and making it all work. And I think maybe that's a key concept there to consider, is the fact that economics and sustainability aren't currently connected. The environment being a finite resort, and money seems to be printed left, right, and center when we have a crisis. And that is probably what the Nature Friendly Farming Network is trying to do by encouraging public money for public goods. But that was just what I had to say. So over to Jonathan.
No, thank you for that, Charlie. I think you've covered that pretty well. Just on the subject of farm tours. So yeah, I mean, one of the things that I've been involved with since joining the network is trying to organise a series of farm tours to enable members of the public, particularly interested farmers who are looking for ideas or encouragement as to how they could try and start to implement some of the measures that we're calling for to promote nature and climate friendly farming. So I mentioned in my talk there that we'd organised what we call the Nature Means Business conference, looking at how in order to have a sustainable, thriving farm business, you need to be working with nature and creating space for nature on your farms. So on the back of that conference, we did organise a series of farm tours hosted by a number of our steering group members, where delegates who'd attended the conference were invited along to come and see in practice some of the things that were being talked about at the conference in reality, and have the opportunity to have those one-to-one conversations with the farmers and sort of learn from their experiences, and have that knowledge exchange. And that's definitely something that we're going to be continuing to try and do more and more of going forward, is facilitating these farm tours through our members, through the steering group, to try and reach out to a wider audience, because I think there are a lot of farmers out there who are aware that changes are coming, and that they would be keen to be involved, to be at the forefront of that, but are maybe lacking the confidence to go it alone, and just need some other like-minded people who may be a little bit further along that road to talk to, and to gain an understanding from, and support them along that journey.
Okay, folks, I don't have any further indicated speakers within the chat box, unless there's anybody from within the chamber itself. Speak now or forever hold your peace. No, so just as chair of this committee, I would like to thank once again Jonathan and Charlie for presenting to the committee today. Personally, I found it very informative, and I have to say your presentation was a lot more precise and succinct than maybe some of our councillors' questions and comments. But I'm sure you'll see that the councillors that spoke on it, they're very interested in the subject, and it was referred to earlier just how, I suppose, as every day passes, the importance of these issues become in terms of the sustainability of the planet and all the environmental issues as well. So once again, boys, thank you for coming, and I wish you well in your work. So thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll just wait now for Jonathan and Charlie to log out before we continue with the meeting. So. Okay, folks, that brings us now then to item 6, which is Chair's business. I do have a couple of items under Chair business myself, but also a number of councillors who contacted me 24 hours in advance. I have Councillor Devaney, Edwards, and Ramsey. Before I'll take myself. So, Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me in, and thank you for forwarding me the information from Karen that this should probably been raised at the Health and Communities meeting, and I appreciate that. And look, I wouldn't have time maybe to get in contact with the Chair, and I may not be on the meeting tomorrow early on when Chair's business would be going through. But I just wanted to raise the issue, Chair, in around the Mugga pitches, especially in the old Strabane Council area. I've been talking to Keith Thompson regarding a number of pitches that there are serious issues with the card reading machine. And that's the card that you get when you buy for to switch on the floodlights. And I have to say, Mr. Chairman, this time of the year, these facilities are most needed, especially the lights and around them. And there seems to be serious concern and around these reading machines and around 7 or 8 of the Mugga pitches. Now, we don't know if there's any, I'm only aware of these 7 or 8, but there could be more. And I believe, Chair, look, we have in the discussions with Keith, sometimes there is damage done to these boxes for the reading machine, and other ones he believes maybe because they're not used over the summer they become damp and wet or something like that there. But I do believe that, look, we need to be looking to address this issue, because I had quite a number of complainants last week over the Halloween coming up into Halloween weekend that they had young ones organised to go and use the pitches, and because the floodlights weren't working they had to cancel them. Now I know the one in Donnamana was I've been told it was fixed on Monday, but the one in Donnamana, they have reported to me that the card reader wasn't working this last 2 nights. So Karen, I'm just wondering, would you pass that on to the head of Health and Communities? I think it's an issue that needs to be addressed. We need to look at how we stop how the damage has been done, and I spoke to Keith regarding maybe a box over them that they can be locked and sealed, maybe to keep the damp out or keep people from vandalising. Someone I think, Chair, needs to be addressed fairly quickly as we move on now in the winter months and the dark evenings. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me in.
Chair, we will raise that with the relevant officers in Health and Communities Committee this evening, and we'll ask them to come back to you directly, Alderman Devaney, if that's okay. Thank you.
Very much, Karen and Chair.
Okay, Alderman. Our second councillor is Councillor Edwards.
Chair, thanks for letting me in, and I do appreciate you taking my call earlier this week on this issue. And I've tried to bring this issue in under this ENR pack and a previous ENR pack, but I couldn't find anywhere to bring it in. So here goes. Chair, I've recently been contacted by a number of people regarding getting a skate park into the wider Strabane and Derg area. And there has been a local committee set up. It's called the Strabane Skate Park Association, and that has been doing some lobbying for it. And I've met the committee myself, and I've introduced the chair of the committee, a guy called Liam Cannon, to council officers. And I have to say that the conversations have been positive on it. And I do think that council should look at the possibility of having a skate park in the sort of wider Spare and Dare DEAs, as there does exist a lack of facilities for those young people who are probably a bit too old for play parks. And I also understand that not all children want to play football and Gaelic and those sort of traditional or conventional sports. And I'm not sure, I'm not a skateboarder myself. I'm not very knowledgeable on the issue, but I have done some research on it, looked at research conducted in GB, showed the positive impact that skateboarding can have on things like young people's mental health. and in particular read about the impact it can have on dealing with antisocial behaviour among young people, especially in rural areas. So I think it's something we should look at. And there has been numerous examples of successful skate parks across these islands. In the north, Carrickfergus is a particular success story. I actually went up and visited myself to see what it was like. There's also developments in the south and even in the Shetland Islands. There's with a population that's far less dense than here. There's also a skate park being developed in the Shetland Islands, and I have recently seen, and I do welcome the fact that moves are advancing in Derry City for a skate park. I know it's been long in the making. I fully welcome that, but in the same vein, I do think it's important that young people across the sort of wider Strabane Derry area aren't left out. Skating has now become an Olympic sport. It's on the international stage, and there's a lot of interest in skating, especially among young people. And I think the council could play an important role in this area in terms of developing future skaters. So, with your indulgence, Chair, I would like to propose that council look at the feasibility of a skate park in the sort of wider Spare and Strabane Derg area, and I would hope that council officers will be able to consult with local communities to look at potential sites across the area and just to see if there is an appetite for it. And I hope that, that there may be opportunities to link a development skate park and the existing council projects. And Chair, as well, I do understand that there are significant constraints within council's capital teams, never mind the growing list of capital funding projects that are there. But I do think that this would be a positive move to at least look at the feasibility of the skate park, and again look to see if there's any interest, and then bring options paper back to this committee for future consideration and decision. And I do also recognise, Chair, if you indulge me, that it was looked at by the former Strabane District Council, I believe, and I'm sure that the legacy members like yourself on your Chair maybe should be able to share some background on that. But Chair, I would like to make that proposal looking at the feasibility of the skate park, if you'd indulge me. If you needed it.
For Edwards, Karen, do we need to get that proposal put under the chat box there? Or
Chair, that I think that's at your discretion. If you're happy to take the proposal, then it would be useful to have it put under the chat box, if that would.
Stephen, if you don't mind, could you just put it for some of the other members' convenience so they can read it? Councillor Hussey has seconded that proposal. I take it, Derek, you'd like to address it, having seconded it.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very, very briefly. I mean, what we're doing here is asking that the feasibility be looked at. There's no commitment yet on finances, but I would trust that the feasibility will identify the need. And as Councillor Edwards has rightly referred to there, I think the last Olympics has mainstreamed skateboarding as a recognisable sport. And I would trust within that feasibility that there will be engagement with Sport NI now that we have skateboarding there as an Olympic sport. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Alderman, thank you. Alderman Kerrigan has indicated he's happy to support the proposal, and Councillor Dobbins likewise. I'm reading the room again, folks. I'm sensing that we're happy enough with Councillor Edwards' proposal, and he'll get it on the chat box there just for people's perusal. But you've heard him already speak to it there. Just from my own perspective, totally supportive of it. And as Councillor Edwards mentions there may be opportunities arising in the future with other capital projects, maybe that just aren't finalised in terms of what they're going to include. That maybe, you know, a rural skate park or something similar could be included in that as well. So, as I say, from my own perspective, content to support it. If Stephen just gets that onto the chat box, we'll move on now to Alderman Ramsey. Your item, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me in. This one relates to our committee, and there's been major discussions on it. It's to do with the mining again in Dalradian. Now, there was a number of proposals made over the past couple of meetings there. I know my colleague and myself put proposals forward, but there was an issue to do with the fact that there's a public inquiry and we hadn't got firm legal opinion on the proposals. The proposals were that due to what we've now learned from a BBC programme as well, that there's more allegations now coming forward about pollution and about poisoning of the rivers. So this basically strengthens the case that I brought forward about getting the NA water results and test results for the area. Obviously, because, well, at the end of the day, we're responsible for that area and our ratepayers. Also, that Dalradian be called again to speak and to be questioned at council. And then the last was a site visit by this committee, or indeed possibly anyone from our council who would wish to go and visit. Now, legal opinion is now available, and if I got asked for the legal opinion now publicly from our legal team now at this meeting, so then I hope then to go forward again with these proposals based on the legal advice that we have received, myself and Alderman Devaney. So if that could be given now, thank you.
Karen, could I ask you just to come on there for a comment?
Yeah, no problem, Chair. And I have spoken to Council's lead legal services officer in relation to this, and he has advised that it's at the discretion of the committee to decide in terms of these matters, and he doesn't believe that there's any issue with the public inquiry, which is contained within the Oman Fermanagh area and not Derry City and Strabane District Council area. So, Chair, it's at the discretion of the committee to agree a way forward in terms of any proposals in relation to these matters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Karen, for that update. So now that there isn't any issue with the public inquiry, I think it's incumbent on this council that we do go forward with a letter to NA Water to find out what the water quality is in the surrounding area of that mine, and also that we do ask Dalradian to appear again either at this committee or indeed possibly full council. And also that we look at a site visit again. I know we had a site visit before, but there's been a lot of changes from the last election, and there's quite a number of other councillors now who I'm sure would be interested, as I actually missed it myself, although I proposed it the last time, but I would be once again making an effort to attend that. So I'm making that proposal to go forward again to full council. Thank you.
Okay, Alderman Ramsey, if you don't mind, could you just get that on the chat box for members' perusal?
Yeah.
I have a couple indicated speakers here. Councillor Tierney.
Chair, thank you for bringing me in. I appreciate that Alderman Ramsey is saying that, and I appreciate Karen's response around the legal opinion of the city solicitor in relation to this matter. The last time that this was brought up, my opinion was that by writing to Northern Ireland Water, we may be interfering with the public inquiry. My opinion now is that by writing to Northern Ireland Water, we're actually doing the work of the public inquiry. And I don't understand what is to be gained from the council corporately having the information from Northern Ireland Water. I'm sure the public inquiry will ask for that information, and it will be in the public domain by the public inquiry. So the only reason that I can see that anyone would want this council, and I said this the last time, Chair, The only reason I can see anyone would want this council to have that information is for those to use it against other councillors in support of their argument. It's not for, I don't feel that it will provide any way forward. The way forward around this particular issue is to allow the public inquiry to do its job. It's unfortunate, I suppose, that Alderman Ramsey wasn't able to attend the site visit to Dalradian site. I'm sure they would be more than happy to host him if he wanted to contact them. Maybe Alderman Ramsey and those who are supportive of this proposal might tell us what has changed since the last site meeting and what this council and elected members have to gain from going to this particular site, what we have to do, what influence we bear. I understand that council may perhaps be a public consultee in relation to the public inquiry, but I don't understand what we as elected members would have to gain from going to visit the Dalradian site or having the information which is contained by Northern Ireland Water. I would understand if there was no public inquiry, and it would be our role and responsibility to put that information into the public domain, but it will be going into the public domain anyway. So maybe if the proposer of this proposal may want to address some of those concerns, because at this stage, Chairman, I'm still not 100% convinced that we have to, that we need to have this information, or that we need to have another site meeting to Dalradian. Thank you.
Can I?
Councillor Tierney, I'm just seeing the motion has been seconded there by Alderman Devaney, and he's also indicated a wish to speak. So unless Alderman Ramsey, are you looking to come back there first?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Thank you
go
very
ahead.
much.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, basically, there was 3 proposals made, and it was made clear that there was public inquiry, and this was unnecessary. Well, now that we have more information coming forward and more accusations, I think for health and well-being of the community of that area, I think we definitely need to be speaking to NI Water. Also, Dalradian to answer questions again locally. And the visit, as I've already explained, there's quite a number of councillors who have not visited the site, and it would obviously be useful for us to actually go and see this site. That let's face it, there's a lot of differing opinions, and I think it would be very important that we get firm opinions, because I mean, there's people talking about poisoning. There are different organisations talking about poisoning. So this is extremely serious, because you know we talked about poisoning before. We talked about the issues with the cyanide, etc., which was removed. But now we're still talking about poisoning. So yes, as council, I think it would only be right that we be seen at the very least to find out exactly what the water quality is of that area going forward, and the site meeting obviously for people who haven't already been there, because we are representing the community. Thank you.
Okay, Alderman, I'm going to bring in now your seconder, Alderman Devaney, who wishes to speak.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me in, and as you said, I have no problem in second this. The first issue I want to just speak in around is the allegations of water poisoning. If this was happening in the River Foyle beside us today, we'd be all united in a whole front, asking questions about the quality of the water, you know, in relation to health and safety. And I think it's vitally important when we hear allegations of water poisoning in this area as well, to give those residents up there and those taxpayers, you know, the confidence. If there's a problem with the water, we need to know it now. I think waiting until a public inquiry, if the water is poisoned, makes the system worse. The longer we wait, the worse it gets. And that's why I think it's important that we do get that information from Northern Ireland Water regarding the water quality in the area, so we can address it ASAP. And on the invitation of bringing in Dalradian into a chamber or into a meeting or whatever setting, what have we to fear? We're bringing them in for a lot of people who have had serious discussions in this format at this committee and around Dalradian. Let's bring them in and let's hold them to account and accountability and question them and grill them, and let's see what the answers is. And as for the site visit, at the end of the day, as Alderman Ramsey has said, many of us have never visited the site, and I think it's always important when there's an issue like this here that we go as a council or a committee or whatever it may be and visit the site and have the discussions on site and let us see it at hand at what is going on up there, because there have been many allegations, and I would gladly wish them to come into a committee that we can get questioned them on many allegations that have been made. And I think we have nothing to fear, nor members should have nothing to fear by bringing Dalradian in or meeting them or speaking to them. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman. I have Councillor O'Neill wishes to come on there. Go ahead, Maeve.
Thanks, Chair. So I suppose I'm not going to support this motion. I agree with Councillor Tierney and that the public inquiry will cover a lot of what this asks. The Alderman Ramsey discussed the accusations as Alderman Devaney made on Northern Ireland Water from the Spotlight programme. And it was clear, the Spotlight programme, I felt it was perfectly clear about the pollution incidences that were recorded. But it was clear also about the fact that Northern Ireland Water did not actually follow up on the penalties that were required from that pollution incidents, and it's just not good enough. In terms of visiting Dalradian site, I'm one of the councillors who has not been up at the site, and I don't feel like I need to go there to know that mining is going to be destructive for the local community and the local environment. I don't know if Councillor Ramsey is wanting us to have a Gollum moment, as the Dalradian worker said, where if we just see the gold, then we'll know how exciting it is. But I know that we can't eat gold. We have enough gold in this world, and there's no need during a climate crisis for a destructive, extractive industry, particularly of this size, to come to the north here. And in terms of inviting Dalradian in, council have a corporate position against gold mining. I don't feel we need to rehearse this again. I've been reading enough of Dalradian's greenwashing, in the local papers and on social media. It's popping up everywhere. They're putting a lot of money into greenwashing, and I'm fed up with greenwashing throughout COP. And I don't feel I need to be hearing any more of it, particularly in the council chamber. So I'll not be supporting Alderman Ramsey's proposal.
Thank you for that, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Tierney, are you looking back in again?
Yes, Chair, and thanks for allowing me back in again. I watched the BBC programme around this. I didn't see anything in that programme that suggested that there were poor quality of water in this council area. And surely, if there is poor water quality in this particular area, would that not be the job of Fermanagh and Omagh District Council to get that information from Northern Ireland Water? Thank you.
Thanks for that, Brian. Members, I don't have any further indicated speakers, unless there's somebody in the chamber there that maybe I haven't seen.
I think Councillor Kelly may have indicated on the chat box there to come in.
Sorry, Councillor Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I don't intend to speak too long on this. I think we've had a fairly substantial discussion on it, and in essence, I agree with the contribution from Councillor Tierney, so I won't be in a position to support the motion again this month. And I think there is a question mark around presentations and vis-a-vis a public inquiry. people present to council on the basis of good faith, but they're not compelled, as far as I understand it, to provide evidence. It's a different standard than what would be appropriate to a public inquiry with its statutory functions. But I'm happy to take guidance from the officers or take legal advice on that. But as far as I understand it, people are, when they're invited to council, present just on the basis of good faith. And what I saw on the programme, Chair, was that Dalradian have been misleading the public in relation to the information they've been putting out there. It's quite clear from the expert evidence that the regulatory framework is not fit for purpose. They weren't able to follow through on very significant issues with the mine as it stands. And for that reason, given that it's a question of good faith, and given the fact that they were exposed as having misled the public already, I don't think we're going to get anywhere with them coming in essence doing a PR stunt. And I don't think there's anything stopping councillors from writing to NI Water to get this information. I'm sure it's probably available on a website somewhere. I don't think there's anything stopping members from visiting the site. I am absolutely convinced that Dalradian would be using all of their PR resources for such an occasion. And I'm not sure what the third one was in terms of the proposal. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, so the three things. So I can't support the proposal. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very, very brief. You know, I'm sort of puzzling with myself here. You know, whether it's for or against the mining issue, what is wrong with getting all the information that you can? I mean, we've had anti-miners in, we've had pro-miners in, but what's wrong with having information? And yes, you know, I trust that we can have the public inquiry sooner rather than later, but you know, why should, if there's information there, what's wrong with having information? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened to the debate and I'm all for one for transparency and trying to get as much information as possible. I wasn't one of the councillors that was up with the council trip to Dalradian, but within the first year of being elected, I did go up and meet with them and was shown around. I don't think it's a useful time for us to interject ourselves into this. I think it's time for us to sit back and wait for the public inquiry to come forward and be completed. It's something that both sides want, and it's something that I think we should hold off and get all our information from that resource. But so tonight, unfortunately, I won't be able to support the motion. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Rachel. Members, I don't have any further indicated speakers on this. I think we've had a good, thorough and frank debate on it. I don't think we're going to change anybody's mind, and I'm kind of sensing that we're not all in agreement. So the motion has been put into the chat box there. Alderman Ramsey's motion has been seconded by Alderman Devaney. So I'm going to now go to the vote on this, member. So if Karen, if you want to take the vote.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, members, this is to vote on the proposal made by Alderman David Ramsey, which is in the chat box, and I will ask for or against. Alderman Morris Devaney.
For.
Thank you. Alderman David Ramsey.
For.
Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
For.
Alderman Derek Hussey.
For.
Councillor John Boyle. I don't see Councillor Boyle here. Councillor Angela Dobbins.
I'm against, Karen.
Okay. Councillor Stephen Edwards.
Against, Karen.
Thank you. Councillor Rachel Ferguson.
Against, Karen.
you. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Against Karen.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Kelly.
Against Karen.
Thanks. Councillor Emma McGinley.
Against Karen.
Thank you. Councillor Rory McHugh.
Against Karen.
Councillor Maeve O'Neill.
Against.
Thank you. And Councillor Brian Tierney.
Against.
Okay, so that's 4 for and 9 against the motion, so the motion falls. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Karen. So that motion falls, folks. Members, 2 other items of Chair's business is from myself. Firstly, and very briefly, is just around the Levelling Up Fund news that was announced. Obviously, it's a cross-cutting or cross-departmental issue, but probably more pertinent to your own committee here. Especially, I know the Derek Active programme certainly was, and just as chair of the committee, I would like to pass on my thanks to Karen and indeed all her officers who worked so hard in such a small time frame to get the projects ready and put in and applied for. And it's just fantastic that the 3 projects were all successful, representing over a third of the total funding in this round. And I hope you don't mind me singling out Frank Morrison there. I know he worked particularly hard and late some nights, but we went beyond above and beyond, I'm led to believe. So well done, Frank, and indeed well done to all the officers who contributed in any way at all. And I'm sure I speak for everybody when we say we look forward to this work starting and seeing it getting rolled out on the ground. Councillor O'Neill first on this point, is it, Maeve?
On the fund,
Yeah.
the fund for
Go ahead there.
Acorn Farm and Derek, was it? Chair, yeah. So I suppose just on the it's absolutely brilliant to see this investment, for all of these projects. I just wanted to just ask a few questions on the Acorn Farm project, where £63 million has been guaranteed, which is really, really excellent. And so it's my understanding that this is a site for a horticultural centre of excellence, which will be brilliant to see and really good for the kind of food sovereignty movement for the city and district. I'm just wondering, has there been a presentation to council on this kind of before me coming in? And because I'm just wondering, will this be council run? And will this be free access for citizens? And then kind of the geodesic dome, it sounds incredible. And I'm just like wondering what's the growing space in the dome, and will there be offices and things on site as well? And then just kind of around the development of the site. Thanks, I see Councillor Jackson there has said that it's gone through planning there. So it's a brownfield site, and obviously it's been left to nature in a way. So there's been lots of natural regeneration that's happened there. But like my understanding is, like, since this funding has been secured, that like already, like I think there was a need for like a building to get knocked down within the site, but already, like, that means like one batch I think has been evicted. So Councillor Jackson says this has gone through planning, but it was just to kind of like find out about the habitats assessments and the environmental impact assessments kind of on that brown site, because obviously this is an environmental nature project, and I'm just trying to think about in terms of like rights of nature, how do we develop this in a way that we don't, like, in the traditional way of going and ripping everything out and starting again, but in a way that we ensure that the existing natural habitats are safeguarded. So I'm just wondering, is that, and then because obviously there's like sapling trees that like have naturally regenerated, so like there might be opportunities to transplant them and take them out, and because obviously we're having to import trees for all the reforestation projects that are happening. So is there opportunities there to work with nature and developing the site? And when does the excavation work begin? Really, so that's my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Karen or relevant officer would like to come back on that.
Yeah, Chair, through you, members, as you are aware, this particular project is being championed by Council. The Council Green Infrastructure team have developed it, and indeed our capital team have been involved with them in actually moving this project forward, taking it through planning, and indeed, as members have said, to the fantastic stage of being able to secure this very significant funding to take the project forward, which we will now do in accordance with the conditions attached as part of the planning permission. Members, what I would suggest is it may be useful for Councillor O'Neill to speak to Colin Kennedy, our Green Infrastructure Manager, who is leading really up, I suppose, from the project perspective in terms of the project. But certainly from an officer perspective, Chair, it's great to see all three of these projects being funded, and as you said, Chair, being able to secure 1/3 of the Northern Ireland fund is very, very significant, and I suppose a really good feedback in terms of the way in which we as a council work together across all of the directorates and with our members to get these projects across the line. But certainly in terms of the specific I suppose project delivery outcomes, etc., I would advise potentially any members who have more detailed questions to speak to Colin Kennedy in relation to that, and we will be more than happy to discuss them in more detail. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Karen, thank you for that. Councillor Neil, he's happy enough for that course of action.
Yeah, thank you. I suppose it was just like our work's going to commence anytime soon, or like what's the is there dates?
In terms of that, we have a planning permission secured, and at the moment we have a design team procured to secure building control approval. But with the award of this money, we'll now go out. The first action will be to procure a new integrated consultant team to take the project forward. There are, I think there's a minor amendment to the planning approval that will be sought in terms of a sort of teaching space that wasn't on the original application, but other than that, I think it's basically unchanged. So those processes will have to be complete before we can appoint a contractor. So we're some time off yet, cutting sod and ground.
Thank you for that, Frank. Councillor Hussey, you were looking in under the levelling up stuff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and totally endorse your remarks there. It's an absolutely fantastic achievement. 3 shots on goal, 3 scored, and well done to the entire corporate team. And I do realise this was all done within a very short turnaround time. Whether it's Aiken Farm, the Daisyfield or Derrick Active, they are extremely welcome in our council area. I take on board the points raised by Councillor O'Neill there as to the specifics as we move in to the development, the further development of the projects. And I suppose not quite with tongue in cheek, but there was mention of a skate park there. You never know, it could land at Mitchell Park within that overall project. And don't tell me off for that, Frank. You know, sincere congratulations to all involved. One quick question: is the offer of funding in all 3 projects time bound? And I think it's something that we need to be careful of. And indeed, I trust that our own HR folk will be ensuring that we have the personnel in position to move forward on all 3 of these projects. It was a tremendous effort by those who have achieved what we have achieved so far. but to coin a phrase, now the work begins, and it's absolutely essential that we ensure that the personnel are there within our various departments to carry these projects forward. But well done to all involved. Thank you, Chair.
Just in response to Councillor Hussey's question there, yes, there is a spend deadline of the March 24, by which time all the money has to be drawn down. And in relation to the issue of the staffing and the resourcing of the projects, as has been noted too, these are existing projects. So we have project teams assigned already to those projects. And in terms of the third one, which is the Derg Active, we have a project manager lined up to take on that project. And I think this afternoon ran in conjunction with this meeting, the first project steering group type meeting took place internally.
Thanks for that, Frank. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Alderman, and thanks for that, Frank. Members, your other well wishes in the comment box have been noted as well. Members, it's just gone 6:10, so I kind of envisage that matters for information. There might be, well, I know Connor is going to speak to one of them, and I suspect there might be one or two other councillors looking to raise or speak briefly on some of the matters for information. So I propose that we'll take a comfort break just after I deal with this final Chair's business, if members are agreeable. Just the final item for Chair's business, members, is an issue that was brought to myself by a local historical group that has recently been set up in Castlederg, and essentially they have an interest in the old monastic graveyard outside Castlederg, which is maintained by council, Scarvahairn Graveyard. It dates back to the 1400s when it was a monastic site, and I think then with the plantation and that, then it has been used right up until I think maybe the late 60s, early 70s for burials. And over the years, obviously, while council maintains the grass cutting of it, there's some very old headstones, and the remains of one of the walls of the monastery are still there. So essentially what they're wanting to do is their aims, I suppose, really is for the restoration of the headstones, clearing overgrown vegetation, possible improving access to it, because it is quite difficult to access at present, and obviously then researching and maybe publishing the history of the site and some of the genealogical information that may or may not transpire. So I suppose what I'm asking officers to do, and I'll put the proposal under the chat box here, folks, is I suppose to meet with the group, the relevant officers, as an exploratory meeting, I suppose, initially, as a fact-finding exercise to see what the group, what their ambitions are for the site, and to obviously tic-tac with council officials to see what potential projects that could possibly come out of it. So I have the proposal in the chat box there, members. Hopefully you can all support it. And I was given information by the group. I don't intend to go through it all here now, but I will ask Karen to forward it on to members of this committee, just to give them a background on it, And so I see Councillor Edwards, thank you, has seconded there. Councillor Hussey has indicated he wishes to come in there.
Thank you, Chair, and totally support the proposal coming forward there. I missed a bit of your explanation of the proposal, but members will be aware that I have referred to what was the European Pilgrim Trail from Ardstraw right up to Lough Derg, and this particular site would have been one of the stopping points along that route. And as you say, what may develop out of this particular project of meeting up with the folk is to be welcomed. Chair, I'm also aware indeed that I believe there may be former ministers of my own church buried in that particular graveyard, and I know that the former councillor Jim Emery would have a lot of knowledge with regard to some of the burials in that particular graveyard. An extremely worthwhile proposal and fully support. Thank you, Chair.
That Alderman, and my apologies there to Councillor Edwards, and just see that Councillor McGinley had actually seconded that. I hadn't seen it, so it's seconded there by Councillor McGinley. But I'll take the second on there, Councillor Edwards. That I'll take that as an indication of your support. And absolutely, Alderman Hussey, I know we have raised this ecclesiastical kind of route and walkways potentially over many years. Maybe this could be the seed that maybe something could potentially grow out of it. And I know through talking to Councillor Kelly, he had mentioned there was a council-led project, I think it was from Anaoma Council and Mid Ulster, through the tourist board. I think they were coming on board with it. It failed to get funding at the time, but it was a project very similar to what's envisaged here in terms of, you know, old ruins, religious roots and things like that. So maybe, Karen, that could be something that could be explored going forward. If our council maybe could go on board with Mid Ulster and from Anaoma Council, maybe something has or the potential to come out of that as well. But as I say, that's why I've asked for this meeting to happen, just as an exploring exercise and to see hopefully something will come out of it. Councillor Ferguson.
Chair, no, I'm happy to support your proposal here, and I would hope that if it's fruitful for the Castledurg Historical Society, that it could be opened up to other old graveyards in our city and district. We've got one on Judges Road in Ena, which dates back to the war, and it's a beautiful one that I know some of the local community groups and youth groups are hoping to kind of do an educating around the wider community and history around that cemetery. So happy to support this, and hopefully officers will be content going forward with looking at opening this up to other historical cemeteries in our area.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson, and also note the supportive comments from other councillors in the chat box there. So, Karen, have you anything to add before we take a break?
Yeah, Chair, through you. Oh, sorry. Did Alderman Devaney want to come in there? I think, was he in the chat box?
My apologies, Alderman. I missed you there. Go ahead.
No, you're okay. Look, I have nothing negative to say. Look, I do agree with your proposal. I think as we look across the area, we have many historical graveyards across the council area, and the one closest to myself, and I know you've talked about the one in Castledare, but we have the old Glendermot graveyard out here on the Trench Road, which facilitates the grave of Colonel Mitchellburn and Colonel Murray from the siege times, and very, very important to our history. And I do agree with Councillor Ferguson that I do believe we should be looking at a totality of our old graveyards and, you know, using them as education and trails for people to come and visit across the council area. But Chair, I have no problem in supporting your proposal and look into other old historical graveyards.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Go ahead there, Karen.
Yeah, Chair, through you, members, more than happy to arrange to meet the group and indeed to look at their potential project. Members, for your information, Council have over the years undertaken a number of restorations of historical graveyards. I think there was in the former Derry City Council area, and we're currently taking forward 3 in the former Strabane District Council area, and indeed, so, you know, certainly that's something that members have mandated us to do in the past, And in terms of this particular project, more than happy to meet the group and members then at some stage we would be able to bring a further report back to yourselves in terms of the project and any potential for working with the group in order to see how we can take forward what they're proposing. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Karen, and members. Thanks for your support of that. I'm not sensing any opposition to it, so we'll take it as read. Members, I make it just 6:15 if my laptop's correct. So maybe if we come back at 6:30, and we'll go to items for information then. Okay, members. Okay, members, it's just gone 6:30 there. Are we all happy to go ahead? Members, our next item is item 7, which is the matters arising from the open minutes of the previous meeting, Wednesday, the 13th of October. So I'll take them all in block for matters arising, pages 13 to 28. Any member wishing to raise an issue?
Chair.
Go ahead, Councillor Tierney.
Chair, thank you for allowing me in. Chair, I want to raise an item under ER 307/21. And in advance, Chair, I'm going to point out that I know that this is stretching our standing orders slightly, but it's an issue that has only happened within the last couple of hours, and one that I feel needs to be addressed and needs to be within the public domain. So, with your indulgence, Chair, I'm going to see how far you allow me to go. Chair, ER 307/21 talks about the recovery revitalisation. I think anybody across this council area will understand that part, and a huge part of the recovery process from COVID-19 is ensuring that as many people across this council area and indeed across these islands get the vaccination. I was appalled today to find out that anti-vaccination protesters were outside a school in my DEA in Derry, approaching young people, and I quote, telling young people that COVID is a big sense of control, and told children who already had the vaccine that they were psychologically damaged. Imagine telling a child who made a conscious decision based on their individual health circumstances within their own home that they are psychologically damaged. I think that's appalling, and I think it needs called out by this council and this committee. Children will make the opportunity or take up the opportunity to get the vaccine in consultation with their parents, and that's what they should do, and I would encourage as many as I can to get it. But school grounds and school gates are not the place for protesting or for ambushing children and trying to force your opinion on children. People are entitled to their opinion, but this is not the place to do it. And I feel so strongly about this that we need to condemn this. And I thank the school staff who were on hand to make sure that children got home safely. I have been contacted this afternoon on my way to this meeting by a number of angry parents, and I'm sure the colleagues will be contacted by angry parents as their children arrive home and tell of this particular story. Chairman, I think this is appalling behaviour, totally and utterly unacceptable for anyone to take a protest and try and ambush children on their way home from school. In my view, is totally and utterly unacceptable and should be condemned by everyone on this committee and everyone on this council. The only way that we are going to manage to get out of COVID-19, in my opinion, is to ensure that as many people get the vaccine. Can you imagine, Chairman, if people who were supportive of the vaccine took the school gates and school grounds to encourage young people to hand out leaflets and encourage young people to take up the vaccine, what some of the anti-vaccination campaigners would be saying about us? It's completely inappropriate, completely irresponsible, and needs to be called out by this committee, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. I think we'd all agree that while we may have different views on the vaccine and whether to take it or not, encroaching on children's school area is out of order. I have Councillor Hussey indicated on another matter. Alderman Devaney, are you looking in on this same issue?
Same issue, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me in, and I support wholly the condemnation by Councillor Tierney by these anti-vax campaigners taking their protests to school gates, where children are probably on their way home. And I do get the argument there are those for and those are against, but I totally am abhorred to hear that they have taken it to school gates. And I appreciate Councillor Tierney for bringing this to the committee, and I think this needs to be condemned outrightly. And look, my message is very, very clear from our party is to get the vaccine, and do your bit to rid us of this COVID pandemic. And we are moving out of it, and we should be encouraging more to get the vaccine, but totally support Councillor Tierney's condemnation of this type of activity. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman. I have a couple of indicated speakers. I presume it's on the same issue. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I want to put my condemnation of this act of these anti-vaxxers protesting at school is absolutely awful, and it's really traumatic. I think these young people have made the decision that they want to go for vaccination. That's absolutely fine, and it doesn't matter whether you choose to go for it or you choose not to go for it. You have no right to step near our schools and intimidate our children. We see this in last year with the 5G skeptics coming to schools. I think it's absolutely disgusting. So I just want to put my comments alongside Councillor Tierney and Alderman Devaney that it is disgraceful, and no child should be approached coming out of school and intimidated because of their views on a vaccination.
Thanks for that, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair, and I'd like to also support Councillor Tierney's comments. Like, it's completely unacceptable to like harass almost like children outside of school on an issue that they should have the choice over, and it's the same type of harassment that we've seen outside the vaccination clinics when pregnant women were getting vaccinated. And the same type of harassment outside health and social healthcare centres, for women and pregnant people accessing abortion as well. We need to give people the respect to make health decisions for themselves and give them the space to do that, and respect choices as well. And we support people getting vaccinated. I work on the front line. I've worked on the face of COVID, and I know the impact that it has on people. So I definitely support people getting vaccinated, but also respect people's choice not to. And I think it's people's bodies, people's choice.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Jackson.
Good Chair, and just on behalf of ourselves, we fully condemn the protests and intimidation of school children. And I know there has been quite a lot of misinformation that's been touted around vaccines, and there's been a lot of intimidation by those who are against any form of vaccines, but they target school children is particularly disgusting, and it's something that we would completely condemn. And I would want to and echo the comments that was made by Councillor Tierney by acknowledging the fantastic work of the school teachers who stood up to this blatant intimidation and went above and beyond to ensure that those young people were safe and got home safely. So again, thanks for Councillor Tierney for bringing this to the attention of the committee, and we endorse the comments completely. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I think that's unanimous right across the chamber there, Councillor Tierney. Alderman Hussey, on a separate issue you're looking at.
Thank you, Chair. But before I do, on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, can I totally endorse all of the comments from all of the contributors and thank Councillor Tierney for raising what is a very important issue and does need to be confronted and faced down. I'll use a term with regard to this because I regard what has actually happened to these young people as abuse. And that cannot be tolerated. As others have said, people are entitled to make up their own mind on this subject. I think the majority of us here support the vaccination program, but if somebody doesn't, that's their choice. But to stand at school gates and abuse children in this nature is totally unacceptable. And I'm particularly horrified to learn of the description that was put on those who have already had a vaccination. That's absolutely unforgivable. And, you know, I trust that those involved would hang their heads in shame at the way they have abused these children at these school gates. Thank you, Councillor Turney, for bringing that. On to my own issue. Get the up again, Chair. And again, I'm a bit like Councillor Turney, I'm going at a slight tangent. 296 is the seminar, which obviously came in to council officers, and council officers would have vetted, costed, etc. The particular event. They would have then brought that to the membership of council via committee or directly onto council, and council would determine then whether they should be represented at a particular event. I'm particularly aggrieved as an NAC representative of this council that there was an invitation, according to what I've been told by the secretary of the NAC, the United Kingdom NAC, and by NAC Northern Ireland, that an invitation came in good time to the AGM and conference of the NAC. The particular issue on the conference that they were concentrating on is climate change, something of importance to us all. I'm told that I'm assured that the letter went to Democratic member services, and was copied to CEs. So I'm wondering how come that invitation never came through from officers who would have vetted, costed the event, and then put it to the chamber as to whether they wanted or agreed that representation should be at that. I feel that strongly with this particular event, that I'm going off my own bat to it, because I feel that as a member of this council and appointed to represent the council on NAC, that it's my duty to do so, and I intend to do so in this case. But I'm concerned that it didn't actually come through officer scrutiny to be eventually recommended to either committee or council for consideration, and then councillors make the decision as to whether they wish to be represented. Just want to clarify that point, Chair, and perhaps some stage, perhaps we could all be informed of the process whereby when invitations come into council corporate, that they're processed and then put to members for determination. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Hussey. Any officer would like to respond to that, or?
Through you, Chair, members, the officer team here present aren't aware of that issue at all, but we will pass that on to the head of Democratic Services for action. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Karen. Members, I don't have any other members indicating for any matters arising. So we'll move on then to our next item. Just get the agenda up here. Is the item 8, the proposed DFI works at the Melbourne Arena to address the historic flooding problem.
Chair, Frank will take that item for us.
Okay, thank you.
The purpose of this report is to inform members about an approach made to Council by the Department for Infrastructure Roads to assist the Department with an ongoing flooding problem at the Ballycolman estate in Strabane. DFI Roads wishes to put in place both short-term and subsequently permanent drainage infrastructure whereby in flood conditions the excess stormwater that gathers at the bottom would discharge into the grounds of Council's Melbourne estate rather than flooding houses opposite the stadium. DFI roads have a historic problem with localised flooding at the bottom of the Ballycoleman estate, i.e. beside the entrance to the car park at the recently refurbished Melbourne Arena. The problem arises after particularly heavy rainfall events. In the past, this has led to the flooding of the residents' properties facing onto the Melbourne Arena. Western Divisional Roads Manager has approached Council seeking its assistance in implementing both a short-term solution and the permanent works to address this flooding problem. The flooding is due to insufficient capacity in the existing storm water drainage system within the estate at peak flow events. DFI Roads wishes to rectify the problem in a phased approach. The first phase would involve carrying out limited temporary works which would address the flooding problem until such time as the department can put in place a new enhanced stormwater sewer system through the estate as a second phase of drainage works. DFI Roads short-term works would see a combination of the reprofiling of the existing public road and car park, creating a fall in the finished road levels towards a new trapezoidal-shaped open channel formed in the grass verge between the car park and the stadium grounds. Then, under flood conditions, the flood waters that previously gathered along the side of the public road in front of the arena, and which on occasions has flooded properties facing the arena, will discharge onto the running track and surrounding grassed area within the fence boundary of the arena via the open channel. The water discharging onto the arena grounds will then dissipate through the existing drainage system to the running track. DFI Roads' permanent solution is to install a new stormwater system within the Ballycoleman estate, which would discharge to the Mourne River by means of an outlet cut through the existing concrete river wall and fitted with a flat valve. DFI Roads' new stormwater pipe would traverse the arena grounds. However, there is a risk that a heavy rainfall event could coincide with the river being in flood too, in which case the flat valve at the new stormwater outlet at the river flood wall could become submerged. In this situation, stormwater would flow back up through the new DFI Road sewer with the risk of uncontrolled flooding within the estate. Therefore, as part of the permanent works, DFI Roads wish to install a rising chamber within the arena grounds. So in this scenario where the outlet valve is closed due to flooding in the Mourne River, and backing up of stormwater in the new DFI Roads sewer will discharge onto the arena track and grassed area via the rising chamber. The expectation is again that this floodwater would dissipate eventually through the existing running track drainage system. It should be noted that during previous flooding events in the estate, DFI Roads and/or the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service have pumped floodwater into the grounds of the arena, and it is understood that the resultant water did dissipate through the track drainage system in a relatively short period of time and without any permanent damage to the running track surface. Officers have had some limited engagement with officials from DFI and their design consultants to understand the nature and the extent of works DFI are proposing to undertake in Council land. With approval of the recommendations set out below, officers will now engage further with DFI officials to seek greater detail from the department on their proposals and to understand any possible adverse implications for Council and arena users that could materialise from the department's proposals. The object would be to find a solution that satisfactorily addresses the department's flooding problem while not damaging the arena grounds and running track, nor placing the running track or other facilities within the stadium out of use for unacceptably long periods of time. Officers from Environment and Regeneration are also engaging with colleagues in Health and Communities Directorate to ensure that the proposed works will not adversely impact on any of the sports and leisure activities undertaken in the arena. It is not envisaged that there are any equality, rural needs, climate change, or data protection implications associated with the implementation of the proposed DFI Roads drainage works, other than the planned works would be deemed to be a form of sustainable urban drainage and therefore in line with Council's climate adaptation strategy for mitigating the effects of climate change. It is not envisaged that there are any financial, HR, or other implications associated with the implementation of the proposed DFI roads works. All the proposed works will be paid for by DFI. However, it will be necessary for Council to enter into a legal agreement with DFI roads to protect Council's interests, not least that the Department accepts full liability for compensating Council for any damage to and/or loss of use of the arena facilities due to the discharge of floodwater from the proposed DFI stormwater sewer onto the grounds of the arena. So, in terms of recommendations, members are asked to note the request from DFI Roads to assist the department in addressing a historic flooding problem at the Ballycoleman estate, and to approve the following. 1. That officers continue to work with the department to see if they can arrive at a satisfactory solution that addresses the flooding problem at Ballycoleman, but without placing unacceptable burden on Council. 2. And that if a satisfactory solution can be reached, that Council enters into a legal agreement with DFI Roads to permit the department to execute their proposed works on site and to inspect and maintain their infrastructure thereafter. Members should be aware that Robert McCartney of DFI Roads is in attendance online at this meeting, so if any members have a question they wish to address to the department, Robert will be available to comment. Thank you.
Thanks for that report, Frank. Members, as you'll have heard there, Frank, just at the conclusion of his report, we have Robert McCartney on the line from DFI to answer any questions or queries members may have. So just to say you're very welcome to Robert there. Members, is there anybody who wishes to address the issue? Councillor Edwards.
Yep, Chair, just to thank Frank for the report. And you know, the people and the residents of Ballycoleman suffered for years with flooding, and I was delighted to join political reps across Traban and Minister Mallon in Ballycoleman a few weeks ago when she announced the funding for Ballycoleman for the short-term scheme and hopefully for a longer term scheme. Chair, I think that we as council, we should do all we can to help bring a scheme in there that would alleviate the risk of flooding for those individuals. As I say, they've suffered for years and they are living in fear. And I think the proposals in the report are fair, that officers do continue work for the department. They come to a satisfactory solution, but it would be good if the committee was also kept updated on those discussions as well, Chair, just to make sure that everything is in order and that we're aware of it. But I'm happy, Chair, to propose the recommendations in the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Kelly.
Thanks, Chair. I've a few questions in relation to the report, just in around, I suppose, the dearth of detail that it contains. And I suppose maybe some of them are appropriate for Robert and some of them probably are for Frank. I suppose, what volume of water are we talking about, or what has been the case to date in terms of the volumes of water that has been assessed by the fire brigade or by DFI Roads? And given that all flood water is contaminated, what is the process for managing the site both during and post one of these flood events? I am concerned, having spoken to sports officers and to environmental health officers, that there has been no engagement with them in relation to this. I'm also concerned that the site has previously been flooded, deliberately flooded, in the event of a localized flooding event, and that there was no assessment of the site done by our environmental health department. That's somewhat concerning. I think, you know, I've read the report and I'm looking to see where the permanent solution is, because it appears to me that it's just a sort of a sideways move in terms of taking a flooding event and kind of moving it, not just resolving it, but moving it sideways, so that the impact is not on the residents, but it's on the sports facility users, and that's concerning. There's nothing to indicate the length of time between what is the proposed temporary solution and what is the proposed permanent solution. Although I have to say, what is proposed as a permanent solution doesn't seem to be very permanent, because it also seems that in probably most cases the site is also going to be flooded, because it's not, as my understanding of a sustainable drainage system, that it holds the water and then it's released slowly over time when the waters recede, rather than actually flooding the field in the event of that flood event. So I'm concerned, but if you could take those questions, Chair, that might help alleviate some of the concerns. But in any event, I wouldn't be able to support the second bullet point of the recommendation. The first part is fine in terms of officers going and engaging with DFI around finding solutions and seeing what their, I suppose, time frame is, what they're proposing and the impacts. But that would need to come back to committee. I couldn't sign off on that at this stage, not knowing what that would be, not knowing what that would entail. All right, yes, it's going to be covered in terms of cost by DFI, but it's not going to be covered in terms of the impacts on the facility users. So that would need to come back as a report to committee before you could go to get the approval for the second bullet point. So I wouldn't be happy with that part of the recommendation, but content enough that the engagement could begin.
If I come back to Councillor Kelly's concerns there, in terms of the dearth of detail, volumes of water, you know, it is, as it says in the report, we're at a very early stage in trying to establish exactly what it is the department are proposing, and we wanted at the very earliest opportunity to make members aware of this request from the department, thus the urgency to bring the paper to tonight's meeting. And we wanted the endorsement of members to continue to engage with the department. You know, before doing or engaging any further with the department, we did want members' endorsement to do that. So yes, we've had preliminary information from their consultants. We've you know, we've fed back to the department that we certainly have concerns with the proposals, and that's something, you know, with members' support this evening we would start to drill into. In terms of engagement with our colleagues in sports and leisure and environmental health, we have engaged with our colleagues in health and communities, and they are aware of the proposals, and we have fed back their initial comments to the department. No, we haven't spoken to environmental health yet. On the issue of any concerns about contamination, that is one of our main preliminary points we have raised with the department, that if we thought there was a health risk associated with contaminated water discharging onto our site, then that would be a significant problem. So the department are aware of that, and they've acknowledged that they will have to provide assurances that there isn't a health risk that cross-contaminated water between foul and storm would discharge onto the site. So that sits actively with the department to provide a reassurance on that. And clearly, we would have that sense checked by our colleagues in environmental health when that information came back to us. In terms of, yeah, you know, I can understand where the member has a concern that both the short-term and the permanent solution raises the possibility of stormwater being discharged onto the site. I suppose in maybe the subtle difference here is that in the temporary case, any flood water that would gather at the bottom of the estate, i.e. the water that risks flooding the houses, will discharge onto the grounds as a matter of fact. The scenario in the permanent solution is that it requires a combination of the flood event and the river being in flood at the same time for there to be a possible discharge of flood water onto the site. Now, commonly where flood events take place, there's quite a lag between that and then the river being in flood. It takes time for the water to make its way into the river system. So it's not something that would be necessarily expected in any flood condition within the state that the river would be in flood too, then in which case the water would go straight into the river. And clearly that discharge content would have to be authorised in planning with environmental or NIA, etc., satisfying themselves that that wouldn't create a pollution incident. Timescales. Yes, at the moment, my understanding is there is departmental funding to implement the temporary solution, but at present, funding hasn't been confirmed yet for the permanent solution, which would entail, as I understand, significant reconstruction of the stormwater system within the estate. In terms of sustainability, what is being proposed here, it's not being, if you like, in inverted brackets, sold to the departments as a SUDS solution, but it does have some of the characteristics of a SUDS solution in that the temporary solution, I should say, has the characteristics of a SUDS solution in that the water would not go immediately into the river, but would dissipate slowly through the running track drainage system and eventually make its way out of the river, and that's the sort of the attenuation that's associated with SUDS solutions. The permanent solution, if the river's not in flood, would be going straight to the river. But again, the need for any attenuation that would come out through the planning application, the applicant department's engagement with the statutory consultee in terms of Rivers Agency and NIA, etc. And then I think that was all your questions. Sorry, Robert, maybe you would like to come in and just give your own views on the matter or respond to Councillor Kelly's queries from the department's perspective.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Frank. Well, in regards to the volume of water that is involved in these flooding scenarios, what our consultants have done is that they've taken the assumption of a 1 to 100 year flood, and they've added a 40% sensitivity analysis plus 20% for climate change. And then what they've done is they've calculated the capacity of the existing drainage system and basically taken one from the other. What that results in is that in the flooding, the 2 or 3 flooding incidents that area has experienced in recent years, that there's 900 litres a second of water and not being able to get into the existing drainage system. So that's almost a ton of water per second that the existing drainage system can't cope with. So the effect of that is that it all arrives down at the lower levels of the Ballycommon estate, floods the road and subsequently enters houses. I've been informed that that can all happen within 15 to 20 minutes. So for any service, whether they be blue light or not, to respond to an incident in 15 or 20 minutes is quite significant and quite challenging, I would suggest. So as regard that, so the short-term solution is to basically as Frank alluded to reprofile the road and to provide a channel through the grass verge so that the water can discharge without any intervention from anybody onto the running track. which effectively is what happens at the minute when the fire service attend and pump water from the road into the running track to alleviate the flooding. So that's the short-term solution. The long-term solution, the design of that is very much in an early stage, but early indications are that what we want to achieve is, instead of all the water arriving down at the lower levels of the Ballycombin estate, it's intercepted at a higher level and discharged to the river in a controlled way. But the early indications are that that's going to be a very significant piece of work. We're talking about trying to put 4-foot diameter pipes through a housing estate with all the problems that will envisage. But as I say, that design process is very much at an early stage. We currently are living with the risk of a flooding event occurring at any time, and the risk that these houses will continue to be at risk from flooding. So we would encourage members that we continue to engage with officers and to seek to address the concerns that are rightly being raised by council officers, and to come to some way forward that is acceptable to all parties.
Thanks, Chair. If I might just come back on one point. I mean, I don't want to be kind of blocking. I suppose as it stands, the water is going onto the track. So if we move on the first phase, my concern in it is how quickly we get to the second stage. And I appreciate Robert has told us it's at a very early design stage. I mean, are we looking at, 2 to 5 years, or are we looking longer in terms of getting the design, the contract, tendering, money awarded? Where does that sit then? How long are we going to be sort of managing a flooded site, given the climate change impacts and all of that? But I'm just how soon can we get to phase 2, I suppose, at a stage where we're probably not looking at the site being flooded on a regular basis?
Robert, could you answer that, please?
Thank you, Karen. I'll try. I think it's difficult to give a definitive answer, Councillor Kelly. What I would say is that the Minister has recently, committed the department to resolving or to attempting to resolve this issue as quickly as possible and as quickly as resources permit. As I say, we are moving forward with the design. Once that is available, I assume that planning will be applied for. And if we are ready to go, I would suggest that the funding would be a high priority within the department. How long it will take to get through the various design and approval processes, it's a little bit difficult to say at this stage. But I personally would like to think that we would be on site within 2 years, subject to funding become available.
Okay, that's actually more optimistic than I was hoping that you were going to come back with. Chair, I go back to the earlier point. I'm content that officers start that conversation around trying to find a solution in and around that area. But I do think I'm not happy with just proceeding to the whole kind of agreement stage, not knowing the detail of that without a paper coming back to committee.
Okay,
Through you, Chair.
Kelly, Karen, I would presume paper would come back in that event anyway.
Yeah, Chair, we're happy to amend accordingly, and that we would bring a paper back to members in terms of, I suppose, the engineered solution that was agreed for members' approval.
Yeah, a paper for decision, not a paper for information, Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
Thanks.
correct, Chair. Councillor Tierney is indicated next.
Chair, thank you, and thanks to Frank, and to Robert, for their presentations, and obviously to Robert for his attendance today. One of these flooding incidents happened in the Ballycoleman estate in August of last year. And as mayor, I was in Strabane and I visited the homes that day as residents were trying to get the water literally out of their home. I spoke to a number of residents that particular day, and they told me that 7 weeks before that, their homes were flooded also, because of the deluge of water that was coming down through the estate at that particular time. Following that, I held meetings with residents, local councillors, the department, and Northern Ireland Water, and it was very clear coming out of those meetings that everyone, and I mean everyone who was in attendance, was crying out and asking both departments to do something to help. I spoke to a man who had lived in the Ballycoleman for quite some time, had told me that only the week before the flood, he had managed to get his wooden floor on the ground floor of his property down, and it was lifting again because of the water that got into his home. That gentleman had broken down in tears as I was speaking to him. So as I see it, the recommendations on this paper provide a solution. One I accept as a short-term solution, and hopefully another long-term solution. And Robert has indicated how that will be taken forward, and hopefully the time frame around it. But as I see it, we're left with an option right now. Do we want the water to go on to the Melvin Arena complex, or do we want it to flow into residents' homes along the bottom of the Ballycoleman estate? And I certainly don't want to see that, so would be supportive of the recommendations in this paper. And I know that Councillor Edwards has proposed it, therefore I'm happy to second it. And like Councillor Edwards, I acknowledge and appreciate the work that Minister Mallon has put into this since she became aware of it. She attended the area not that long ago, and her department are now actively working to try and resolve this. And I would encourage everyone here and everyone within the area to work with them to try and find and support both the long-term and medium-term solution, because these residents have been putting up with this for far too long. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Brian. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Frank and Robert. The water has to be got away from the houses. Now, the thing that I cannot understand is it's been talked about pump it onto the Melvin Arena. Well, if that's the case, why can't it be pumped direct into the river? Simple question.
So I just come back to Alderman Hussey. It's not, the temporary solution doesn't rely on pumping. It's gravity. The water will be carried in an open channel by gravity from the side of the road down onto the grass verge beyond the track and inevitably onto the track itself.
Well, Chair, if I can follow on that one, surely, to goodness, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility for a sump to be created and a pump then directly bringing the water over the water wall into the river so that it doesn't gather there. I can understand if the river's up, you're going to get water backing up. So there are two issues: the water coming down from the estate down to the lower Ballycoleman, but then there's the issue of that water getting away. And obviously, if the river's up, the drainage systems are below the water line. But create a sump and pump directly into the water rather than have it lying and then permeating through the surface on the arena. I don't know, maybe that's too big of an engineering solution to be involved in this stage. Thank you.
So if I could come back to Councillor Hussey, in seeking members' permission to engage further the department, we want to explore all feasible options. In terms of a pump solution, as Robert has pointed out, the volume of water that comes down in one of these 1 in 100 flood type scenarios is 900 litres a second, and that rate of flow can go on for a number of minutes. So the size of chamber to contain all that would be very considerable. Plus, if it's reliant on a pump, there is always that concern that if this pump is only activated in significant flood events, then the risk is that when it's called upon, it doesn't activate. That's the reason they're seeking an assurance that with a gravity-fed solution or a gravity-based solution, then there isn't reliant on any mechanical equipment to work exactly as designed in the event of a sudden flood. Pumps, I'm no mechanical engineer, but generally pumps work best when they're in regular use. When they're only very occasionally called upon to act, they can be problematic.
Thanks, Frank. Just wondered, does Robert maybe have anything else to add to that point of Alderman Hussey's?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I think Frank has very well covered the issue. To try and move that amount of water, it would require a significantly sized chamber and also a very significantly sized pump. And the pipeline for that pump, I would suggest, would probably have to be underground. So there'll be issues with regards to excavation probably through the Melvin Arena, the disruption that would cause, etc. And again, the reliability of the pumping system, as Frank said, if pumps aren't used on a regular basis, they can be unreliable. And we're looking here at a situation that we would hope doesn't have to be used. But if it does have to be used, you're relying on pumps that are not used regularly. And so there's a greater risk, I would suggest, that the houses would continue to flood rather than reverting to a gravity-fed system, which wouldn't have all those disadvantages.
Thank you, Robert. Members, I don't have any further indicated speakers. Councillor Kelly, you've just indicated there, are you looking back in?
I am, Chair. Obviously, I've indicated that we're content enough that we begin, we could start tomorrow on effectively, and well, we can't obviously have to wait to council meeting, but begin straight away on a temporary measure. I'm just concerned, over the last number of phases of the Melvin site, I think we've invested maybe around £6 million of repairs money on that site. What degree of the site is going to be flooded? And what is some of the site going to be protected from flooding? Is it going to be contained flooding, or is it just going to be a free for all whenever the flood water comes down? I mean, if we had half an hour of rain at that rate, what area is going to be flooded? I'm just trying to tease that out.
Again, if I could come back to Councillor Kelly, it's exactly those sort of questions that we want to tease out with the department in terms of, as he rightly points out, there's been very significant investment made in the wider Melvin area over the last number of years, including the new 3G pitches, footbridge, and then the much more recent £1.2 million investment in the arena. The extent of water that would come from where it currently gathers in flood situations, we don't see that being beyond a sort of localized area at the if my directions right here at the eastern end of the existing running track. It's not, certainly not envisaged going out anywhere beyond the existing arena.
Sure.
Okay, members, I'm sensing just that obviously there's concerns around the recommendations, but I think I can sense that members are giving it a cautious welcome. and with the caveat that when an agreement is hopefully reached around addressing the problem on a permanent basis, that it will be brought back to council then for decision to proceed or find an alternative. So are members content that we proceed on that basis? I'm not hearing any opposition to it, so I'll take it that we will. Just thanks again to Robert for your attendance today. Thank you, Robert. Members, moving on then, that brings us to items for information. I'm going to bring item 13 forward first, as Connor wants to speak to that. So that's item 13 is the update for the curbside collection options report. Do you want to address it now, Connor? Item 13.
Yep, thanks for that, Chair. This item arises from previous reports into committee on options with regard to collection of mixed dry recyclables from households arising out of the circular economy waste zero waste strategy. A number of previous reports had been brought to committee detailing the options, and members had asked that the prime option be modelled, and that report was brought to council last year. Following which members had asked that the other models, the other options be modelled in a subsequent report brought back to members, which came in last month. Following that report to committee, Zero Waste Northwest approached members directly with a number of queries and comments with regard to the detail within the item, saying that some of the information was potentially incorrect and misleading. So it was considered at council and felt important to give the consultant team the opportunity to come in to address the queries raised and to any other subsequent queries that members may have with regard to the item as presented. So Adrian Thompson is here now, and he'll go through just the issues as raised in the queries to members, and obviously can answer any other queries that members have in relation to the item.
Thanks for that, Connor. First indicated speaker on this item, excuse me, is Councillor O'Neill.
Chair, before we bring members in, could we ask Adrian to come in and just clarify a few issues through the short presentation that we have, if that's okay?
My apologies. Go ahead there, Adrian.
Thank you very much, Chair. As said, just like to run through basically, once again, the sort of background to the reports and how things were modelled and the sort of queries that were raised. Somebody could maybe flick on the next slide, please. So background to the assessments, taggarts were appointed through an open procurement process which sought to openly appoint an experienced consultant to independently look at each of the options. So all scenarios were modelled based on the council delivering the service. Now, that's a very key point. Council specific data was used, including costs and collection methodology performance, to create all the models. All scenarios were modelled using NIEA validated data on each of the collection system performance, published data for the curbside sort trials, and timed analysis for collection methods. Council figures on vehicle, staff, and collection container costs were also used. All outputs were then discussed and tested with council operational staff to basically test and validate all the model assumptions. And basically all models were based on the current council's recycling rate set out rate. Next slide, please. So it's understood that a private sector or an economic operator has queried some of the elements in the report, which can be summarized as they were not approached for input. There's a purported overestimation of the curbside sort vehicles. We modeled household numbers per round at 400 for curbside sort. They would claim 600. Queries over the timed household service analysis. Queries on the capture tonnage rate for the curbside sort system. Claims that the council has the lowest recycling rate of all councils. Queries over the set out rate versus participation rates. Claimed 20% reduction in residual waste from curbside sort schemes. curbside sort models that we model don't take account of recycling value, no haulage for MDR and commingled options, no accounting for DERA funding, impacts of extended producer responsibility or DRS, and the markets for recyclates. So just want to quickly run through each of those. If we could have the next slide, please. So in terms of the economic operators' involvement, as I said, all of these options were based on the council delivering the service. It was not modelled based on basically the privatisation of the council's waste collection system. All rates and figures we used were those that specifically relate to Derry City and Strabane District Council and other published sources. So the council needs to be careful in engaging with service providers from a procurement perspective, particularly those promoting a specific collection methodology, as that could be seen as favouring one company. Next slide, please. So in terms of how we estimated the vehicle numbers for a curbside sort system, where I raised all options were based on the council delivering the service. I reiterate that is a key point. This is done as to how the council would deliver the service. The council currently has a set out rate of 86% for its recycling collection. So it's therefore important, in my opinion, to model any new system at that rate, because those people you have participating at that level in your collection service, we would anticipate continue to do so. When you roll out a new system, it's highly likely you're going to improve your participation rate. So therefore, you need to plan and ensure that you have sufficient resource to deliver all the services to the householders. If you fail to deliver that service or plan for that level of set out rate, there's the potential that you'll miss collections, which will result in people becoming disenchanted with the service and failing to engage with it going forward. So basically, our vehicle numbers have been calculated to ensure the continued high level of service to householders, and that means the limited amount of missed collections. Next slide, please. In terms of service times and capture rates, so for the current commingled type system, we obtained the service time analysis from the council themselves. Because the council don't operate a curbside sort type system, we undertook our own timing of the economic operator undertaking the curbside sort. That was timed at 60 seconds per household. And I can personally stand over that as I went round timing the actual collection crew undertaking the service. Now, it should be noted that was when the economic operator was partially commingling materials. So there's paper and card in the top box, which were being put in one stillage together, plastics and metals in another box, which were being put in another container in the stillage vehicle. So there wasn't a full separation of all materials. That would probably extend it beyond 60 seconds. The service time then of 60 seconds, combined with our modelled set out rate at 86%, results in the calculation of 600 households per round. In terms of the tonnage capture that we've modelled for each collection system, they've all been based on, for the commingled system, they've been based on the validated data from NIEA, specifically for Derry City and Strabane's current performance. The capture rate for the curbside sort system we've taken from published reports of trials undertaken by other local councils. Next slide, please. So there's reported claims from the economic operator of the council achieving the lowest recycling rate, which to some extent is true, but that is because they're looking at the overall recycling rate, which includes composting. Now, as the council and the councillors will be aware, due to your housing stock having a large proportion of urban households with no gardens, this results in a lower level of garden waste that's collected. Other councils locally They collect large volumes of garden waste due to their housing stock, and that's what drives their overall higher recycling rates. Now, what we're looking at here is a commingled system in essence versus a curbside sort system for dry recycling. So if we specifically look at, which is what I've been doing, the dry recycling rate, Derry City and Strabane District Council has had the highest dry recycling rate using its current collection system in Northern Ireland for the last 5 years. And I think that's something that should be actually commended. It's a significant achievement. Next slide, please. So participation and set out rate, what I want to do is just explain these terms a wee bit. So participation is assessed as somebody that sets out their container once in 3 opportunities. A set out rate is the total number of people that set out their containers on a given day. So participation is fine for assessing if somebody is actually taking part in your recycling scheme. However, whenever you're looking at resources, you must look at the set out rate, because you must ensure you have enough resource in terms of collection vehicles and crews to basically collect the containers the first time around. Failure to apply sufficient resources will ultimately result in missed collection, and that will then add additional crew and admin resources trying to do mop-up rounds to collect those missed collections. Any system that results in missed collections repeatedly will just result in public discontent. Next slide, please. So looking at residual waste reduction and material values, the way we've assessed all the options was based on the specific capture rate. That's what each system is collecting in terms of recycling. That allows us to retrospectively calculate the residual waste for each system. And it's sort of a simple logic. If you're not getting the material in your recycling collection, it can only be in one other location, and that's in the black bin. So the curbside models take account of the council building and operating their own baling station. And the reason for that is there's no existing facilities locally to do that, so the council would need to deliver that service. The gate fee modelled for that council baling station takes account of the capital cost to construct it, as well as the operational cost to run it. We've came to an overall gate fee for that facility, looking at the value of the recyclates that pass through that facility. And that value for the recyclates is then subtracted from the capital and operational costs. Now, we've been very fair to the curbside sort system in that recycled value that's passing through the baling station, we've applied the highest value to each material to that to demonstrate the potential quality of a curbside sort system. The next slide, please. In terms of haulage and funding, the haulage under the commingled options has been included within the gate fees, which is your current arrangement under your existing contracts. Our models do not take account of funding, and the main reason why our models don't take account of funding, DAERA has changed their funding model where they only now provide 50% funding to schemes put forward by councils. In 2019, DAERA launched their £23 million fund. That's for all councils, most of which is now being committed. This funding is a one-off capital fund. It doesn't cover ongoing operational costs of any system, and it needs to cover any type of scheme put forward, such as collection schemes, as well as new recycling centres. Now, to get a hold of any funding, the council needs to make an application, and it needs to go through a business case process with DAERA. So that has to all be assessed. And ultimately, at the end of that assessment, there's no guarantee that any application submitted will successfully be granted funding. So you can't rely on funding being available there to bolster a system. that you want to implement. Next slide, please. In terms of extended producer responsibility and deposit return scheme, obviously the recent consultations have been out. The extended producer responsibility scheme aims to apply full net cost to producers of packaging. And what that means, they're looking to do it on a modulated fee basis. So if you produce packaging, you want to put it on the market, and that's not recyclable, and it simply goes to a disposal route, then you'll pay a high fee into the scheme. If you produce a packaging that is easily recycled and has recycled content within it, then you'll pay a lower fee based on this modulated level of fees. So the aim of that is ultimately to phase out waste materials that are going to waste and into the residual collection, and difficult to recycle materials such as packaging that is composite in nature, things like cardboard bonded to plastic, or in some cases metal bonded to card bonded plastic. So it's trying to get things into the actual recycling collection. So in essence, this should drive, hopefully, larger volumes of material to the recycling collection. Looking at the deposit return scheme, this has the potential to remove high value materials from the curbside collection, such as aluminium and steel cans, PET, plastic and glass. All these materials within that, if you want to call it a basket of materials at the curbside, those are the elements with high value. So if they're taken out by a deposit return scheme, then that ultimately reduces the value of the materials that are left for the council to collect. Next slide, please. So what are the pros and cons of extended producer responsibility and deposit return scheme? Well, as I said, there's the potential that the DRS will remove that high value material from the collection, and it will also remove some of the volume from the collection. However, that lost volume should be replaced by greater volumes of new recyclable packaging created by the extended producer responsibility. Extended producer responsibility also aims to create clearer labeling, which should help householders to easily differentiate between what is recyclable and what is not. In essence, to help people recycle properly and drive more material into the recycling collection. So what will this ultimately do? It will change the composition of recyclate as we see it at the minute. And my view is it will create greater volumes of lower value materials for the council to deal with in their system. So therefore, any system that the council delivers needs to be flexible to deal with changing recycled compositions, which include the removal of certain materials and the increased volumes of others. The system also needs to be efficient and low cost to prevent further cost impact to the councils in operating the service. Next slide, please. So material quality and end markets. There's a lot of talk about recycled quality. So what is recycled quality? My view is quality is a material that meets the specification of the purchaser who's seeking to buy it. Locally, there's one paper reprocessor, one plastic reprocessor, and one glass reprocessor. None of these are located within the council district. With the exception of the glass reprocessor, the local markets don't have the capacity to handle all the materials collected from all the council's recycling collections. So therefore, there's no guarantee you'll get access to those reprocessors. So you need to ensure your recyclates are of a quality that appeals to the market to ensure the best value for money for the council. Why is there only one paper reprocessor, one plastic reprocessor, one glass reprocessor locally? This is down to how we are in terms of energy and labour costs by comparison to other countries. These are significant hurdles to new manufacturing businesses setting up and competing in what is this ultimate global market of materials. Next slide, please. So how do we produce quality? So the curbside sort system produces quality through leaving unwanted items at the curbside. The householder then has to place those unwanted items back in the black bin for disposal. If you look at a commingled system, a well-invested materials recovery facility can produce quality through the use of technology, such as artificial intelligence and optical sorting. These technological measures actively, positively pick materials, such as paper, with jets of air. In a MRS scenario, or materials recovery scenario, contamination can be removed. And when it is removed, there's the option for that contamination to go into a solid recovered fuel, which is ultimately a coal replacement in cement kilns. So in essence, yes, increasing the quality of recyclates will increase demand. But I view that this can be done by either the curbside sort system or technology at a material recovery facility. So I understand that was a very, very quick whistle-stop tour of the work that's going on in assessing these options. I'm happy to take any questions.
Chair, if I could just maybe come in quickly before you bring in members, and really just, I suppose today this is, as we have advised, for your information, and members were more than happy to arrange for Connor and the consultant to meet Zero Waste Northwest in order to discuss this in more detail, if that's something that they would like to do. And certainly just from an officer perspective, members, as you're aware, over the last number of years, in terms of, I suppose, this issue and the wider issue in terms of the zero waste circular economy strategy, I think really as a council we're on a journey, and certainly looking at all potential options for moving forward in terms of, I suppose, a change in environment and dynamic. And certainly members as officers, I think really it's our role to make you aware of all of the issues that are associated with these matters, and all of the potential implications and costs, etc., which we are more than committed to keep doing as we move forward in terms of this matter. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Karen, and thanks to Adrian for the presentation there to the committee. Much appreciated, Adrian. A couple of members indicated that wish to speak on this item. First, we have Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Adrian, for taking the time to come on and present on your report. At this point in time, I don't feel that there's any point in me kind of, taking any of the points point by point and given my kind of research that I've worked in terms of looking at this report, because I still feel a significant question that you haven't answered is the massive discrepancy between your research and the report from 2017 carried out by Eunomia. For me, your presentation just simply raises more questions. For me, I suppose 2 points to touch on about the DAERA funding schemes. They're to support high quality recyclate, which a commingled collection system doesn't support. And I suppose in terms of our high recycling rates, it's because we're recording it by weight, and because we put glass in the blue bin, it makes it heavier, which puts us up the tables in terms of recycling rates, but it actually puts us down the tables in terms of recycling quality. So I suppose that, for me, there's still no explanation as to why this report is completely at odds with the Eunomia report, which cost the council £20,000 of ratepayers' money in addition to the £20,000 brought by the then Department for Environment. And I did, after the last our meeting, I did email the discuss with the Zero Waste Europe scientific coordinator. And he does concur, like he is the scientific zero waste expert all across Europe, and he concurs that this report is completely at odds with the outcomes and the reports from hundreds of cities all across Europe. And I suppose, like, as a councillor, in my role as a councillor, I don't feel that I'm well informed enough, and I'm just worried that this council is going to miss a really significant opportunity to save the council millions of pounds per year, because that's what the UNOME report talks about, and whilst also future proofing our city region when it comes to like managing resources. So this is my third time of asking. I don't feel that we've anything to fear from a peer review of the Taggart report. So I do want to propose that we have a peer review of the Taggart report, and I think we should approach RAP to do this, because RAP are the government expert the government use. So I would like to propose that again. So I can put that in the chat box.
Chair, can I just clarify one point in terms of the UNOME report? Whilst it did identify option 1 as being the preferred option, it did recommend that a full economic appraisal of that be carried out, and that's the work the Taggart were commissioned to do. And I think, if you refer back to the initial UNOME report as per the previous report, it details that in the submission. So UNOME was at a high level, and I think what this report does and the previous report is drill down into the detail and present that to members. I'm more than content to write to RAP and see if they will conduct a review.
Okay, thank you, Conor, and thanks to Councillor O'Neill. Councillor O'Neill, usually I wouldn't be minded to allow proposals and under items for information, but I will make an exception in this case because obviously we've had a substantial presentation there from Adrian. Our second speaker is on this issue, I believe, is Councillor Tierney, if I'm correct.
Chair, thank you, and thanks to Adrian and Conor for their presentations and work to date. Like Councillor O'Neill, I would share some of her concerns in relation to the information that's been provided within the report. I spoke to members of Zero Waste Northwest today, and they equally would share some of their concerns. When we were developing our zero waste strategy, Zero Waste Northwest played a huge role in developing and helping to develop that particular strategy. And we shouldn't be, I suppose, pushing aside their concerns that they have raised around this particular report. So I appreciate, whilst Karen is saying that Conor and the consultant are happy to meet with Zero Waste Northwest if that's something that they wanted to do. But I think it would be also important that this committee hear the views of Zero Waste Northwest before we're actually asked to make a decision on this. So I would appreciate if we could do that and allow Zero Waste Northwest the opportunity to come in and address their concerns in person. Thank you.
Chair, if I can just come back on that, and certainly more than happy if the committee want to invite Zero Waste Northwest and to speak to the committee at any time, absolutely. And as officers, we're more than happy to arrange to meet them with the consultant as well. And members, just for clarity, we're not asking members to make any decisions in relation to this at this time. So just to clarify that, thank you.
Thanks for that, Karen, and to members. I have some other indicated speakers here as well. Next speaker is Councillor Jackson.
Okay, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Adrian, for a very detailed presentation on the back of a very detailed report. And I suppose for us as a council, we've we've endorsed a zero waste circular economy approach for the very reason that we believe that we should be looking at waste differently. And this report, I suppose, as Connor has outlined, drills down into the mechanics of us looking at waste differently. We've always used the term that we should be looking at waste as a resource and not as something that, as a council, we've a statutory responsibility to manage, and so it was very disappointing whenever the report came down. The report came back, and we read the report, and it threw up challenges around the curbside sorting model that we had envisaged. But one of the things that, and from my reading of the report, we've as a council, I suppose we were going down the route of looking and exploring a curbside sorting model, and that wasn't favouring any particular company. It was, we seen that as a council, and as council officers and members felt that it was the best way forward to reduce whatever's and eradicate what we put on or what waste we put on the landfill. But from reading the report, I did feel that the report was it almost dismissed the curbside sorting model in favour of a materials recovery facility. And I know that those concerns have been shared by our partners in Zero Waste Northwest. And I as a party, we don't have any resistance to the report being peer reviewed. I appreciate that Adrian has taken the time to sit with us and explain some of the outcomes of the report. Just one of the sample things that I picked up in the report, it was around the cost of the fleet. And that's completely ruling out the fact that we've got a responsibility to maintain and replace fleet in a scheduled way anyway. So this wouldn't be so just small issues like that have maybe been overlooked, and those additional costs have been added to the report that may have swayed it in one way or another. So I know there's a proposal on the floor. I'm assuming that Councillor Tierney had seconded that proposal. They explore the peer review. I'm just want to say that whilst I appreciate all the detail that's contained within the report, and I appreciate, Adrian, that you taking the time to come and explain that to us today, I don't feel that it would. I think it would be best practice, and it would be showing due diligence for us as a council to go down the route of exploring a peer review of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Jackson. Next speaker is Alderman Ramsey.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Adrian, for your well-documented report. It was actually myself back a few years ago who asked for Council to explore the different options going forward against how we do things today. And the last report was to me, as Karen already said, we're on a journey, and the first report is done and dusted, and we did see how difficult it will be going forward. Your report is now more nuts and bolts, and I have absolutely no issue with a RAP review if that takes us further on in our journey. We've all met with zero waste, and my colleague Alderman Devaney met with Zero Waste, and they have issues, but they have had issues from the very beginning. The thing for me is, as someone who represents, obviously, like all of us, the community, is, you know, we have to be very, very proud of what we have achieved in recycling. You know, we remember back in the day when everything went onto one bin, and how difficult it was when we rolled out the blue bins, and you know, educating people, and it takes a long time. And participation is a big one. We're the situation now where we have 3 bins. So not only have we moved away from 1 bin, we've now 3. Now, education is very difficult in getting people all into the right frame of mind about recycling, and we have reached that, an 86% dry recycling success rate. Has to be commended. We cannot just rubbish that, pardon the pun. And yeah, a sorting centre infrastructure is an issue. Yeah, we definitely need to look at infrastructure going forward. That's going to be part of what's in your report. How we deal with our waste going forward as regards recycling. The mixed recycling, nobody can say it's not working, because it is working. And I remember an argument about glass not being able to be removed from the blue bin properly, and we have since learned that that is not true. There are different, well, there's a lot of technology now. So as I say, we're on a journey, yeah, and you know, I am very, very pleased with how well our staff have been working on this. And I mean, we drill in as much as we can on Facebook and everywhere daily about recycling, and there's no doubt about it that it's working. We are recycling. We've come a long way, and we have a long way to go. And zero waste, it's always interesting to have Zero Waste involved, because you know they have aspirations. Some of, you know, we may never be able to meet simply because of participation, of how we keep participation. We know of the curbside in other parts of Northern Ireland has not worked because the participation wasn't up to scratch, simply because of so much needed to be done by the resident. 3 bins from 1, we're definitely getting there. And thank you once again, Adrian. And again, I've no issue with a RAP review, and no issue with more engagement with Zero Waste. And that's from the DUP party. Thank you.
Alderman Ramsey, members, no further indicated speakers on this issue. We have 2 proposals in the chat box, neither of which have been seconded as yet.
Sorry, Chair, I seconded Councillor O'Neill's proposal.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tierney.
But I'm happy if Councillor O'Neill's happy and you're happy to stick with 2 of them together, and might speed things up a wee bit if that works for you, Chair.
Yeah,
Wait for that too.
yeah. Are members content with the proposals taken together there? Karen, are you happy enough?
Yep, Chair, through you, happy to take those forward, Chair.
Okay, members. So that takes us, members, through all our items for information. I'd ask members to keep their comments as brief as possible. Item 9, I'll just go through them one by one, members, because it ends up going all over the place when you just ask if a member has an item to raise. So item 9 is our building control applications. Nobody has indicated to speak on that. Item 10, we have Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. It was just with regards to the you know, this here talked about like the incomplete and poor quality applications and stuff. And it's my understanding that for building control, that council still request hard copies of the large format A1 drawings. And as far as I'm aware, that's like 4 copies for planning applications. And I know that just that because this is saying that there's a high volume of incomplete and poor quality applications, that means like it could be 40 plus A1 pages for every application submitted, and then if amendments are needed, then it's reprinting. So I know in England everything is paperless and submitted digitally. Do we still have a paper system for these drawings, or are we moving towards digital?
Through you, Chair. Members, Councillor Neil, would you be able to clarify, are you talking about planning or are you talking about building control? Because you picked up planning there.
But yeah, building control, I think, has request 2 copies, 2 hard copies.
So I could come back to Councillor Neil. Yes, currently we require 2 copies of drawings, and that is connected with our requirement to provide stamped approved drawings back to the applicant. So I'm not aware of any council in Northern Ireland yet who operates entirely digital information for building control plan approval. Clearly, ideally, it's somewhere where we would like to get to, but it's something that needs further investigation in terms of the requirements within the regulations and associated legislation. But it's certainly the goal of getting to an entirely digital service is one I'm very keen on.
Thanks for that, Frank. Members, item 11, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. So it's good to see the efforts to re-engage the stakeholders for Maboy. But see, in terms of the remediation, does this here paper suggest that the department are proceeding with the A6 without the proper environmental assessment or the public consultation? Because as far as I'm aware, the original A6 environmental statement actually missed the near 2 million tonnes of illegally dumped waste. And that has been confirmed by officials at a site meeting on the 5th of February in 2016, which my party colleague Emma McCann had attended alongside the then Minister Mark H. Durkin and others. And assurances were given at that meeting that any proposal to proceed with that stretch of the A6 would require a new environmental statement. Because obviously reliance on a 10-year-old environmental statement wouldn't really be valid. So can council officers confirm that a new environmental statement is required, or how have the public been consulted on the new environmental statement if it does exist, and is it intended to reopen the examination in public? And see the habitats regulation assessment referred to, can that be made available to the committee also for consideration?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Members, as you're aware, the A6 project is being taken forward by DFI, and as you're also aware, the report that has been provided to members has been brought forward through colleagues within DERA, so we can certainly direct those requests to the relevant departments and ask them to update members at the next in their next update to committee next month. Thank you, Chair.
Karen.
Thanks, Karen. Our next item, item 12, is it? Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. So this is great to see, and I commend officers for putting this together. Albeit almost 4 years since the strategy was adopted. So obviously we kind of touched on policies 15 to 17 from the curbside sort agenda item. But I'm not going to obviously go through this whole report because we have to keep things short, but I would love to hear more about the information on policy 11 about the repair cafe, because it sounds fantastic. And there has also been work kind of on the community level, looking at developing this. So I don't know if there's been collaboration there. Kind of policy 24 this is really, really important. And I wonder, could we get a presentation from the Capital Build team and how they're integrating Policy 24 into their work? Would that be possible? And then just the final thing is policies 31 to 35, which is about the think and do tank, which is like so key in terms of the implementation of the strategy. So it just kind of would love like an update into or the information on the clear terms of reference that the policy defines. Just to ask when does council officers think the first meeting of the think and do tank will be? Again, it's nearly 4 years since the strategy has been adopted. And is there a list of stakeholders in the think and do tank as well that officers have? So that's all. Thanks.
Chair, with regard to the last part of that question, Council have been engaging with the local development groups in terms of the circular economy zero waste strategy and how that fits with arrangements within community. So that discussion has been ongoing. Those discussions have been fed back into the update meetings with Zero Waste Northwest. I'll get an update from the officer who's leading on that for our next meeting and bring it back to committee. And all of the other actions and requests raised in the report will bring back the information through normal channels.
Thank you, Conor. Item 13 we've dealt with previously. Item 14, Councillor O'Neill.
Chair. So yeah, this is about the rights of nature workshops, again, which is really excellent, and I want to commend the officers on their work to date on this new and emerging legal concept. And because of this work already, our council is attracting international attention on the rights of nature. With recently there was an artist and a rights of nature legal expert who visited the city and district because our council region will feature in a European rights of nature exhibition now, going to be held next year in France. And also council has been recognised by the Centre for Democratic and Environmental Rights, which is based in the United States, alongside Fermanagh District Council and the Blue City Mountain region in Australia, and the CDER, they're called, are really pioneering the legal work in the rights of nature internationally. So I think it's great that this international attention is happening, and it really presents a leadership opportunity for council. So in terms of the workshops, I know that there was a timeline for officers to make these a reality, and I know I chatted to Karen previously. I know that Karen was keen that the workshops were also done before the community planning future workshops progress as well. So I think having wiggle room in terms of the dates of the workshops is totally fine in terms of that 6-month deadline. I think the most important thing is that the workshops are done really, really well and really effectively. And so I think, like, in terms of the timescales, like a bit of wiggle room, I think is totally fine. But given that as well that this is like a new concept for many people, I wanted to propose in developing how these workshops will run, that council collaborate with those bodies that are leading on the rights of nature work here in the north. So that would be Friends of the Earth, The Gathering, and Queen's University School of Law. So they've done a lot of groundwork and looking how rights of nature can be operationally effective at the council level. And they've also worked with Environmental Justice Network Ireland to create a documentary on the rights of nature also. And there was a clash, which I had emailed about, in terms of the film premiere or the documentary premiere and our first workshop, but they've now cancelled the premiere because they're very keen to be supportive and participative of the workshop. So that's not a problem anymore. But I think if the first workshop it is proposed for next Thursday, again, it's up to council officers in terms of that collaborative preparatory work with Friends of the Earth, The Gathering, and Queen's University School of Law, like, would that be time enough to still make that initial workshop a reality next Thursday, or like would that need to be done, say, you know, even by the first week of December? So I'm just kind of like putting those questions out there, proposing preparatory collaboration with the experts in this concept locally. Thank you.
Karen, would you like to respond there?
Yeah, Chair, through you, and certainly from an officer perspective, as members are aware, we've been working through in terms of how we implement the notice of motion, and indeed how we make both the stakeholder events as meaningful as we possibly can. And as members have said, you know, obviously we have been made aware of this clash, and indeed had started to make preparations to, if you like, reschedule the first workshop. So members, if members are happy for us to, I suppose, engage with the key stakeholders that Councillor O'Neill has mentioned in the preparation for the workshops. And clearly, you know, we've been taking this forward on the basis that it's, you know, council providing the workshop rather than facilitating someone else to do that. And if members are content with that and that's their understanding of the way in which we'll take it forward, certainly we can consult with the three stakeholders basically on what we're intending to do and get some of their feedback in terms of that. And if members are happy for us to leave a little bit of extra room in order to you know, be able to do that, and indeed to properly advertise the first workshop so people can dial into it, members were more than happy to do that, so long as the committee collectively give us the go ahead to do that. Thank you.
Yes, Karen, I'm not getting any negativity towards that approach, so we'll take that as unanimous across the chamber. Item 15, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Chair. And can I welcome the, I suppose, the restart of Sandwell's master plan. Two questions, or sorry, one's a comment, one's a question. Under 4.2, we're told that there'll be a key priority task for the newly appointed regeneration project officers. So my first question on that would be, will there be a dedicated regeneration project officer to the Cyan Mills, to the development of the Cyan Mills master plan? And the second comment, but also perhaps even a question, is with regard to other involvement, community planning, as well as being a council issue, is dependent on cross-government department approach. And I trust that officers would agree it's paramount that buy-in is achieved, and within that buy-in from the government departments would include resource allocation to enable completion or partial completion, whatever it may be, of the various parts of the overall master plan. So it's just that assurance that there will be a dedication of a regeneration project officer, and two, we will be pushing government departments to commit and properly commit to the development of this master plan, and indeed all of the community planning issues throughout our district council area. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, if I maybe come in on that, and certainly in terms of Alderman Hussey's comments, I would absolutely be delighted to be able to actually have an officer dedicated solely to the Cyan Mills master plan. But however, members, that we do not have the resources specifically to dedicate officers to one master plan at this time. However, members, as you are aware, as part of our wider considerations of council in terms of taking forward the whole suite of capital projects that are on council's capital plan, we have gone through a recruitment exercise in terms of looking to appoint additional resources across a number of our teams across councils, and members have made some temporary interim resources for the next few years to enable us to do that. The stage that we're at with that is we have now gone through the various recruitment exercises. We have a potential, if you like, potential list of resources that we may be able to appoint, and now through, I suppose, the chief executive and our head of human resources and our finance team, we are looking to see how many resources across all the various teams we can now afford to make and take forward. And certainly that will hopefully across the various teams give us additional resources that will enable us to take forward this, and indeed, members, as you are aware, other master plans that are on our list, and we have just not had the resources in place to be able to actually begin to work up. So certainly from an officer perspective, I would love to be able to say we had an officer just dealing with this, but that's not something that we have in its entirety, but certainly we will do the best that we can with the resources that we have to take forward this and the other projects, members, that we have to take forward. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, if you'll allow a supplementary comment on that.
Go ahead, Alderman.
Thank you. I appreciate what Karen's saying, but I suppose what I'm also asking is, when I say dedicated, I don't mean a single dedicated. I mean whilst appreciating that a project officer may have several projects within his portfolio, but it will be the one regeneration project officer who would have responsibility throughout the timeline of developing the master plan. Would that be a fair way of putting it? Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, Chair, through you, certainly that's what we would hope to do, Chair, and certainly, obviously, when we have a member of staff, clearly, we will appoint a member of staff who will be dedicated to deal with this, and hopefully they will be there until we get it all delivered, and certainly we'll do our best to ensure that. But certainly Tony, as the regeneration manager, will oversee the work of the regeneration team, and as soon as we possibly can, we'll dedicate a named officer in terms of this particular project. And certainly we've already begun conversations with other government departments around the potential to take forward elements of the master plan, and indeed I suppose other projects throughout the wider rural areas, and hopefully we'll be able to update members in relation to that in the coming months. Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate it, Karen. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for that. Councillor Edwards, same issue.
Yes, same issue, Chair. Thank you. And it is a bit disappointing that the same old master plan hasn't advanced when you do look at the current state of the village, and I get messages every day about it. So that is disappointing. And I know it's not all the direct responsibility of council, but as also says there is a need for stormont departments to commit to the wider scheme. And I do hope that in the coming weeks and months that projects can be advanced, and I would appreciate another update on the committee in due course. And again, like CMOs, I think we're waiting on work being done in Newton Stewart as well, and I think Castlederrick as well. So there's a lot of work to be done. But I understand the capital team are busy with the city deal and the city baths and Derry. I know that, but it can't be at the expense of our rural population, because like we as councillors, we face it every day, and questions about getting value for your rate. So I would appreciate updates on those projects. Hopefully it will be advanced. But just in terms of the question, Chair, I do have concerns about, and CMOs there, about the Mornside walk, and I do welcome the repair works that were done there on the walkway down there, but the rest there is in a bad state of disrepair, and it's littered and dogfowl. And I think I said this time last year that the clock is ticking in terms of the lease running out. There's 2 folios of land there that the council rent, and they're up in, I think, September next year. And I just think the council need to be looking at future plans for the area and future investment. And I would hope that
officers could bring an update to the committees or to the committee in due course on that. There's other issues around sports field, and the Derek councillors are meetings with that, but that's not for this committee. But I do hope that we can get some council involvement in the future on the sports field down there to Herman side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. And as a Derek councillor myself, I just want to concur with the previous comments of both Alderman Hussey and Councillor Edwards. Hopefully we can see the master plan for Sion advancing in the near future. Members, nobody's indicated for item 16. I have item 17, Councillor Tierney.
Chair, thank you.
Sorry, I think
sorry,
Councillor
apologies.
O'Neill had come in on item 16.
I think she cancelled.
She's cancelled it there.
That's okay, thank you, sir.
All right, to go ahead, Chair.
Go ahead there, Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. And I suppose just to welcome this development at the laneway in William Street, which has proved problematic for a number of years. They thank the officers for their work and ensuring that this gate has been put in place. But not only that, you know, we had the CCTV installed a number of years ago, and it has been a long process to try and get this resolved, and hopefully now we have. I know officers previously went on and cleaned the lane and assisted community organisations clean it, and I want to acknowledge the work that is going on to try and address this. Hopefully now, and I see the plans within the report around the opening and closing of the gate and stuff like that, but hopefully now that is this issue resolved. I acknowledge as well the fact that the report states around owners labelling their bins and stuff like that, which is all progress. I passed it on my way here. I'm delighted to say that it was clean and tidy, and hopefully it remains that way. But also to thank CCA for their support and the business owners in that particular area for bearing with us throughout this long drawn out process to actually get the gate in order in place and get this done. But hopefully now that's the issue resolved. And again, thanks to the officers for their work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Members, with no other items for information that anybody wishes to speak on, so can I get a proposer and seconder to go into confidential, please?
So proposed, Chair. Alderman Morris Devaney.
Seconded, Derek.
Proposed, Alderman Devaney, seconded, Alderman Hussey. Thank you.